I am sure sports. You know me there, from coast to coast representing. I mean, I say this is righteous representing for Omar. You don't know, come get the sports over here from near and far. Boy, 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 boy. Me say I am sure sports, one thing me sure about. When me say sure, that me not doubt. Come get your sports, get it over here. Come subscribe, repost and share. I am sure sports, one thing me sure about. When me say sure, that me not doubt. Come get your sports, get it over here. Come subscribe, repost and share. If me not sure, that me not say it. Know who score, that me not say it. Never know no game play, that me not say it. If me never see no game, me no know who play. For your sports news, better come over here so. For your soccer news, then come over here so. If you don't love sports, still come over here so. For the date done, you a go love over here so.
So when it comes on to behavior concerning football, Jamaica is decent. I am sure that if we can get all of these things done, set in place by the end of April, it gives us enough time before the World Cup campaign. Not afraid of no Brazil, no Argentina with these crap of players. We are good enough. Remember to like, subscribe, share. Listen, comment. Let me know what your thoughts are.
Good morning. Whoa, what a day. Welcome to I Am Sure Sports. I am your host, Maninsman. Yes. And man, oh, whoa, I'm telling you, it's a tough day to do a show, but we're going to do it anyways. And we're going to have a good time. We're going to have some people coming on to the show today as we, we discuss the Reggae Boys, the game, and where do we go from here? Yeah. Let me get some things in order. Let me heal up our sponsors. All of those things. So people, come on, join the stream. Yeah, join the stream. Let me get your thoughts. Yeah. All right. Yep. Jump onto the stream. And let us get into it. First, let me say a big thank you to the sponsors of this video. Launch Legacy, handle risk, seek legacy. For all your personal insurance needs in Canada and the USA, visit them at launchlegacy.com. Yes, or call or text 647-989-0782. They will help you. I encourage you to check them out and get some good financial advice, see the products that they have, and make plans for your future. Also want to big up Prestige Finance, lending a helping hand when you need it most. Listen, at Prestige Finance, here's what happened. If you call them today and say to them, I heard about you from I Am Sure Sports, they will loan you 100,000 Jamaican dollars. Low interest rate, 0 to 4%, same day processing with no processing fee. You can contact them at 876-884-7390. They are in Linstead, St. Catherine. Check them out right now. That's Prestige Finance, lending a helping hand when you need it most. Again, want to thank all of you for joining. Remember, once you come on, we ask you to like the video and to share the video. Yeah, share the video. Let someone else know that we're on. And if you have not yet subscribed, please hit that subscribe button and be a part of the work of I Am Sure Sports. We have some good things in store for you this week and today. Today, there are a couple of JPL games. Veer will be playing against Mount Pleasant at 1, and at 3, we will see Mullins United going up against Mobile United. In this week's interviews, we will have Lenny Taylor. You need to check out that name. Just Google the name. We will also have Alan Skill Cole this week. We'll have Donald Jemmy Hewitt this week. So we have some names. We will have Emerson Diggy Henry this week. We're upping the game, right? Then the next week we have some former international players from top international teams coming on I Am Sure Sports to discuss football, coaching, and all these things, administration. So stay tuned to I Am Sure Sports. You need to tell someone about what we are doing over here so they can be a part of the sporting family. Again, I want to say thank you for joining. Hope you're having a good day. Hope you're having a top morning this morning. All right. So, yeah, big up. D. Madre in the building. Yeah, man. So we're going to have a few persons who will be joining the show today. Remember, you can also call in. We're going to put in the the number for you to call. We're going to also pin the link for the show. So if you want to come on and be a part of the discussion, you can come on and be a part of the discussion. All we ask you to do is to ensure that when you're coming on, you set your phone. Yes, you have to set your phone horizontally, not vertically, or they call that landscape. You set your phone landscape, right? That's how you come on. You come on, set your phone landscape. All right. Yep. Set it landscape. You come on to the platform, and then we will work it from there. Yeah. Yep. Shame like dog. Reno FC says shame like dog. I don't know Reno FC. Listen, I also want to big up one of my subscribers, right? Our merch, you know that in February was when we started the platform, but we never started going live and doing these things until later in the year, right? But we used to put out videos on Ari Times TV and do a put back some of those videos on our platform. And so we have special edition merchandise that we'll be doing. It's the year 2022 and we do our thing differently. We're only doing 22, right? They're going to be classic. Let me tell you that. Classic. We're only doing 22 and we are going to let you know about that. We're going to show you the design. Yeah. Andrew Edwards, yeah, man, you can jump on. See, I just pinned the link. I would love to hear from you in terms of what your thoughts are on the game. So I've pinned the link. You know, if you can jump on and just give us your thought in a couple of minutes, we would appreciate that. You know, what are your take on your game and what do we do now? We're all not going to agree, but we need to think about our football on a broader scale and begin to change the things that we can change. We have to begin to do that. We cannot continue this cycle of recycling the same things every single cycle of the World Cup qualifiers. We need to sit down, stop, think, prepare, plan, and activate those plans. Put them at work and begin to put in place. I heard Dean Sewell in his conversation with me, he shared it, that it needs to be not a 4-year plan, but a 8-year plan. The end of it should be 8 years. And if something happens in 4 years, good. But it ought to be an 8-year plan to transform our football. We need to figure out what age we're going to start at. And so we have some ideas, we have some thoughts, but we also want to hear from you, the people out there. We want to talk about the solutions in a honest, open way. We're going to look about all the things that need to change. What are the things we can change right now? What are the things need to change in a year? What are the things that needs to change in 2 years? What are the things that need to change in 4 years? But we need to start changing the things that can change right now. Some things takes time, some things takes a process. We have to give time for those things. But what can be changed now must be changed. No, 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 no. All right. So we played, and I'm going to give you my perspective, right? So we played Panama yesterday in Panama. We got an early goal, penalty scored by Mikel Antonio. Well taken penalty, right? And I felt like from that moment, we went on the back foot. We went into a defensive posture for the rest of the game. Or we allowed Panama, using a player that plays in the second tier of the Spanish league, to completely dominate the game. Hold on a sec. I think I have. Let me see what. Hello, morning.
Preacher.
Yeah, you're live. You're live on I Am Sure Sports.
Oh, I thought I wanted you to send me the link, so because I want to talk about the rebuilding.
Okay, you want to
just email me the link.
All right, not a problem. All right, caller. All right, I'm going to do it right now.
Yeah, Diego. Yeah.
Yeah. So we totally dominating the midfield, and I find that to be a little bit disheartening. That at no point after scoring the goal, we controlled the game. And this has been ongoing. This is with the previous coach, and it has continued with the present coach. And I'm wondering, is it then the players? Because we have changed a lot of players throughout the cycle, and no matter which player we play, we seem to be having the same problem. So is it how the players are being coached? Is it how we are trying to play the game that is causing this? We had a Kevin Stewart who was on the bench. Sir Butler, before I finish, how you doing? In good health?
Can't complain. God has been kind.
All right, blessings, man. Yeah, man, wonderful. Good to have you as usual. I'm not hearing you. I lost the audio.
You can't have me. My wife already does. But it's good to be here.
That's a good one. That's a good one. It's good to be here. Good to be here. Yeah, so give me a take on the game yesterday and the rebuild. Where do we go from here as a nation concerning our football? Is it to 2026 or to 2030? Where do we go? Where do we begin?
So we're out now, right?
I thought we were out before we went to Panama. But yeah, we out now.
Well, my friend, the way forward is Phoenix. That's it. We have we've shown what needs to be done. We've shown how it needs to be done. And we just need to adopt this across the island. Establish systems and procedures in development. When I looked at the Manning Cup, to be honest with you, it's atrocious. There's no build-up. There's no There's no system in place. People just kick the ball long and try score. So if you look at what Mona did and how Mona played, was because we were trying to execute a system. And towards the last game of the season that we played, we showed that system in totality. We have a lot of great players in this country available, young players. Whisper is one of those that I've produced. You have several others that I've seen in the Manning Cup that have talent. So it's not really the talent that's the problem. It is the fact that there's no system of play, no understanding. And what I don't why is it that people don't get it? When you go to a business place, there's a receptionist that greets you at the front. There's a procedure that they put in place. You have a man who deals with accounts. You have a man who deals with marketing. You have somebody who is a general manager. You have the sales staff. You have the service staff, whatever. Each person has a role, and that role is executed for the company to work in a smooth way that everybody understands. Football is the same as a business. If you just drag people together and say, okay, let's just play, and you don't put a system in place, you're going to die. Yeah?
Yeah.
So, for me, I would suggest that we look at a system, we put someone who understands what a system is with the task of implementing that system across the island. The same way that Belgium did it, Germany did it, Holland did it, and now England is doing it. Yeah? And we will have no problems. We have the best raw materials in the world. We are the biggest underachievers in the world in football, though. The biggest underachievers. We have had super talents come out of Jamaica. In previous years, we have been losing those super talents, like Raheem Sterling, etc., because we have not made our youth program attractive. We have not put a system in place, and that's why the problem is. Let me give you an example, right? Mona was supposed to be.
Hold on, let me welcome Diego to the program. Diego, we soon get you on here.
No, I'm listening to the football genius, man. No problem. When you're ready for me.
All right.
Respect, Mr. Diego.
Yeah, man.
When you looked at Mona, right? No, let me go back to Issa. Issa put a rule in place that says if you move from one school to the other, you have to sit out a year, right? That is put in place to ensure that the bigger or the more successful schools that have more to offer to the kids don't take all the best players, and therefore the competition becomes unequal. This country is the only country in the world that does that. For obvious reasons. This country is more focused on winning than on development. Now, Mona was supposed to be one of those smaller schools that would have benefited from keeping players. However, all that has done is have the bigger schools go for the kids younger, because you can take them in first form and they can play. Yeah? My philosophy is this. You should, as the smaller school, so to speak, seek to make your program more attractive and effective so that your players will not want to leave. Do you know I have players that have left JC to come to Mona? JC is number 10 in Pepsi a few years ago. Little Ted, Theo. left JC and came to Mona. Demarion Harris, their top scorer at Pepsi, left JC and came to Mona. I was glad to sit out here and wait. I mean, the reason for this is very simple. They train with me at Phoenix every day for 2-3 years at a time. And they recognize the benefits of being in a situation. Excuse me, my auntie just brought this. Sorry. National internet. Sorry. But the schools, those kids come to us knowing full well that they have opportunity at top training. They're bought into the philosophy. They know that the school is going to be doing everything to help them become professional footballers and get properly educated at the same time. And they know that they're not being used for the season, and then when the season is done, they move on to the track team. These players are being developed all year round. They get good shoes, they get to travel in a good bus, they get to go on tour during the year, they get to learn a proper system of development, they get to learn public speaking and image projection and how to carry themselves. All of these things are key. So why is it, my good friend, that Issa would be putting that in place? That makes no sense. It is very short-sighted in vision, because all it will do is just, if you're a big fish, you will continue to eat the little fish, even if you just set it. What you need to do is to make the little fish stronger. You understand? Which is what I've done at Mona. And I'm telling you, I told people that Mona will win Manning Cup. And they will. Because them have about 20 players that sat out. That had they played Manning Cup, it would be the end of the competition. They would have killed it. But the real idea is, where's the nutrition programs? Where's the development? Where's the system? Where's the style of play? Where are the roles? Where's the administrative team, the management team? Where are the other coaches, the team coaches that are supposed to be dealing with the forwards and the defenders or whatever? One man can't coach a national team, bro. One man cannot set a system across a country. You need to have somebody at the head, and then you need to have satellite coaches, scouts that going out to make sure that everything is being done. And then you have to look at these schools, these JCs, these KCs, these STETs, and all of these other schools, and say, listen, we don't care whether you win Manning Cup or not. We care about the development of these players that have committed themselves to these schools. And we want them to be brothers on the pitch for Jamaica. So you are going to play this particular formation or its variations, and you're going to play this particular system within those variations, and all of you are going to play it, and the best coach is the one that uses it the best. So that when these boys do come to a national level, whether it be at the youth or senior, they will have a full understanding of the role and the position for the national team and what we want. The next thing you have to do, my good friend, is to stop messing with the Phoenix ball of them. I tell you straight for national TV now. Stop. They are the best. Dujon Richards is the best center forward in this country right now. At any level. And he's 16. Built by Phoenix. I've sent him to Europe. I've sent him to Brookhouse now in England. He's playing against Manchester City and he's scoring 2 goals and an assist to beat Manchester City 3-1 with Bibi Gardner's son on Manchester City team. So if you doubt me, go ask Bibi Gardner what him do them. Yeah? But he's not the only one. There's Dante Peralta. There's Zander Bicknell, who is in Germany, both of them. There's all, and then people keep talking about these little small fries that are playing because them have a passport in another country in some other little stupid league. When we hold the champions, listen, the champions of England under 19, FA Cup and league, Phoenix has taken them and beaten them 7-4 against Aston Villa and 5-0 against Crystal Palace. So when you talk about a man that is playing in the second division for some club in a England in a them youth system, and you're talking about you need to bring them in to the national team, and you're a friend them, with all due respect, Pastor, you're a friend them that on TV and talk about them the commander. When Phoenix will go to their country and destroy them, I now look at my players and I boots up my players. May I have you up? You understand that? Because my players, Phoenix players, Jamaicans, who boy left the sweat and tears of this country, I got through the hardship in the COVID and don't miss the training. They're going to their country and they're beating them. And you're looking to push them in Jamaica under 20 rather than look at what we have here at Phoenix. Because Craig Butler is them coach. And what you're going to get is that Dujon Richards will play for England. And me and him father going to sit down and bathe in money. Because you have neglected the opportunity that God gave you. You have denied and turned your back on a son of the sun. So if him can't get the sun on him back, he will enjoy the cool of winter in England.
All right, I hear you. I'm listening. Oh, I hear that. Right. So what I'm going to do, I'll just hold that point, because I have some questions to ask about the plan and the system that you mentioned and the Phoenix play and how we can sort that. And because now we have 5 to 8 years to fix this. But Diego, what say you about all that Craig has said, and what is your own take on what is going on with the football right now, and based on what Craig just said, right? And where do we go from here?
All right. Now, Craig mentioned the development of the youths and all that. My focus really, because that, as he mentioned, Belgium, that's a 10-year plan. No, I know, and I've said it before, just because I want to get to today. What is the fix today for the senior team? So that youth thing is a 10-year plan, like he said with Belgium.
No. While it may have been a 10, sorry to cut you, but while it may have been a 10-year plan, I've been doing this for over 10 years. So you don't need a plan, you just need to implement. Further to that, the senior team, let me give an example. Dujon Richards is 16 now. In 4 years is the next World Cup cycle. Yeah, 2026? Yeah?
Yeah.
Next World Cup cycle. At that time, he'll be 20 years old.
Hello? You there?
He's frozen.
All right, let me continue my thing now. Because what he's talking about is the high schools and ISA. And I know that until the JFF build 4 academies where they can implement it.
In its prime.
These old boys run these schools.
Hold on, Craig, you were frozen, so we weren't hearing you. So let Diego just make his point and then we'll come back. You were frozen.
My point, because I'm coming from today. So what I'm saying to you is what you want is great, but until the JFF can build 4 academies to depend on the old boys of JC and KC and Georges to do what you are talking, it will never happen, because it's the decisions made in Manning Cup and the Costa Cup are made by the old boys. So it is them you have to convince. They run the schools, not ISA. They run the schools. But what I'm talking about now is, how can we solve today's problem, Manning's man? Because I've seen the problem now, why we fail for the Reggae Boys.
What is the problem?
It's simple now. It's there for everybody to see it. Now, it has nothing to do with the players. because you have to select your best professional players out there. The problem is now we cannot possess the football. We cannot possess the football. I watch the African Nations Cup. I'm watching El Salvador in the last place, and you still see them possessing the ball. Craig will confirm to possess the ball because these guys are professionals. To possess the ball and move forward, you have to trust, have confidence in each other, and that is what's lacking because they need to come together earlier. That's all it is. All these players need to do now, Craig, come together early instead of just coming 3 days before. Because I watch all these guys at championship. I see all of them. They're all excellent players. Your time, Craig. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Wrong. Let me tell you why it's wrong. FIFA only allows for periods of 7 days for international break, sometimes 2 weeks maximum. So that is no time for players to come together and
hold on.
early.
Let me just react
Wait,
to
let
that.
me finish.
Hold on. Okay, you make a good point. Hold on, Craig. There's a thing called CONCACAF Nations League, Manningsman. So you can bring them in the summer now when they're all off and find a 23-man squad and use that at your core because all the other teams I'm watching, they're all playing professionally. All the African teams play abroad. They're not
just
playing
listen now,
locally.
boss, listen now. Let me tell you now, please. I've lived in Belgium, I live in Germany, I live in America, I live all over the blasted place. Just listen, let me tell you. How they did it, and they've continued to do it, is this. They recognize that this club football is where the money is, and club football is where the players have to be. Hence, you look at a player like even Shamar Nicholson, don't come because it's his priority. And nothing is wrong with that at this time. When you create a national system, yeah, and they train and learn it from their young, when they
But you're
go
going back to the 10-year plan, Craig. I'm talking about now. I'm talking about the Ravel Morrison,
listen to me
Leon
now.
Bailey.
All right, hold on.
Listen to me
No,
now.
Craig is
Come on.
still talking about youth development. I'm talking, what do you do now?
Listen to me now.
No,
Today,
hold on. Right, what we have to do, right? We have to allow each other to finish so that because the
No, but I
people are
want
listening.
Craig to address my thing now. I know what he's saying about development. If he had the team today and there was a tournament in 6 months, he can't go to Phoenix players, one Phoenix player. What do you do with the Ravel Morrison, the Bobby Reed, the Leon Bailey?
Ask me what I would do.
That's what I'm asking you now. Liam Moore. Are you going to throw them away? What are you going to do?
All right, let me ask you a question. In 4 years' time, how many of them will be able to play?
I'm not talking about field. I'm talking about CONCACAF in 6 months. CONCACAF Nation League starts in 6 months.
All right. So, Craig, what he's talking about is saying that what do we do for the CONCACAF Nations League?
Thank you, management.
I think that is the question he's asking. And he's saying that your plan is ideal for the next World Cup cycle.
Thank you, management.
Right. But he wants to know what would you do with the Nations League right now? Would you, for example, and this is just an example,
Don't forget the Gold Cup, management. The Gold Cup coming soon again.
All right. Would you use all of the players? Because, and I guess what Craig is saying, and I think I'm going to allow him to answer, is he would use the players who would be able to play 2026 qualifiers starting right now. I think that's
I have no problem with that.
I will allow him to let me allow him to answer.
So what I want him to know, are you going to use the Leon Bailey? Are you going to use the Liam Moore, the Pinnock? Are you going to use the Lay? Are you going to use the Antonio? What is he going to do with those players? Throw them away and build for 4 years? That's what I'm asking him.
Okay, all right. So your time, Sir Craig.
You know, I have already started to groom my replacement for Phoenix. My daughter. I've been grooming her for years. Yeah? Because I know that these gray hairs and this body will soon no longer be able to operate at the optimal level. So I have prepared her to replace me. Where I am now is a phase out process where, if you notice, she's the assistant coach at Mona High School. She's going on all the management meetings with me and all of those things. And she's traveling the world at 15. In 4 years' time, she'll be 19. Whisper will be 20. She will represent him at negotiations, not me or his dad. We will sit down and collect the money and smile. The point I'm trying to make is this, is that football only has a certain lifespan, and it's shorter than people. So what we should be looking at, if our intent is to become a great nation in the world of football, you can't be seeking to worry about CONCACAF League of Nations or the great thing that we want to worry about is the World Cup, obviously.
So ignore the
But
CONCACAF.
let me finish.
Hold on, Fred.
Let me finish.
No, hold on.
No, I respect you. You will let me finish.
Whoa. All right, hold on. Diego, Mr. Butler, mute both of you. Because I don't want to quarrel. I don't want to quarrel. Come on, man. Diego, you're muted. Diego, you're muted. You're muted. Because we're not going to shout. You're muted. So just hold on. We're not going to shout at each other. All right? He allowed you to finish. Just allow him to finish. Just hold the point because I wanted to ask the question he's asking, but at least let him finish his point. All right, so we can do it. Because people listening. So let's be respectful. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Butler. Just finish up your point.
So therefore, what we have to do is we have to incorporate and groom the younger ones whilst educating the older ones as to the system that we want them to play. Yeah? So I would take, for instance, a Whisper, and I would take a Mikel Antonio if he's available, because Mikel Antonio might choose not him to come. That's where it really is. Yeah? And what you do is you have a mentorship program with the older ones and the younger ones coming in. You have 3 teams, 3 national teams. One made up of the senior professionals, one made up of the Premier League players, and one made up of the best young talents. Pearson, the one from JC, what's his name again? The captain of JC. Yeah.
Duncan McKenzie.
Duncan, the Whispers, the Phoenix Ball, and them, whoever else, right? And you have 3 national teams training simultaneously. Yeah? Those who are away, you can't bring them in every minute. But when we have international breaks, you bring them in and they can incorporate and train with the younger ones. Implement the systems with the younger ones. Send them back to their schools. And those kids who come in will have the responsibility of passing on that information across the island to the other schools. Now, Premier League, we should do the same. Say, listen, this is the system that we want you to play. If you want to become a part of the national team, your players have to play the system against one another and see who do it best. Right? When those 3 teams are now training or incorporated, they are at different levels and different cycles of the football life. Yeah? One is coming, one is there, and one is going. Yeah? Leon is there. Mikel Antonio is going. He's a lot older. He's what, 30? How old is Mikel Antonio now, Mannings, man?
31.
31. So he has maybe another 2-3 years left in football. Yeah? He will not be in the next cycle. Yeah? So we have to look at all of those pieces of the puzzle. Incorporate a system so that when the guys come back, yeah, they will understand. You can even put the system in writing. Hand them the manual and say, watch out. So when I come to play for Jamaica and you play left back, this is your first option pass I want you to make. This is how I want you to make the runs. This is your second option, third option. This is how we're going to develop. This is how we're going to block. Yeah, we might make our defensive block mid-pitch. We might be pressing full pitch. Whatever it is that we decide to do. Because what's important is that everybody's on the same page. Is it right now? Me and Diego are on the same page. Not because we don't have the same love and intent for Jamaica, but because we don't have an understanding and a communication going properly where he understands where I'm coming from. I understand where he's coming from. And we're putting together something that can work. Now, what he was saying to me is, what do we do now? Right? And I'm saying to you that so many people just see now, but they don't realize that if you don't look over there and plan for over there, you will never get there where everybody else is. You'll constantly be having to fix now. We need to recognize that Wayne Rooney played at 16. Yeah? Sir Alex Ferguson said if you're good enough, you're old enough. And I can tell you that we have young talent in this country that are as good as, if not better than what's playing. So therefore, they may not have the maturity or the experience these other guys have, but we should pass this on from the seniors to the youngers by incorporating them. And by incorporating a system that works well for our country, our genetics. I don't have a problem with Paul Hall, you know. I just think he needs what I've been saying, Tapa need help.
Yeah.
You don't need one dog for secure the yard. You need 20 if you have a very big yard.
All right. I'll go allow Diego. I think now you have clearly explained.
Thank you, Diego, for allowing me to speak.
Yeah.
I will continue to respect you as a king, and I will not hold what you did a while ago against you, my brother.
Well, big up Jesus the super chat. The man is our referee. I'm a good referee. Hold on, Diego. Your time now. So go ahead now, Diego.
Craig has not addressed my question. And I understand everything you must say about the development and bringing youth. My thing is practical. I run team, I own team. I spend dollars running a team for 40 years. There's a CONCACAF Nation League coming up in 6 months. Your positioning determines if you qualify for the next World Cup. So you can't talk about the next World Cup unless you adjust the 6 months coming up, which is the CONCACAF Nation League. So I am saying to him, it's a simple question. Are you going to, which players, you have 6 months to play the CONCACAF Nation League. Are you going to throw away Pinnock, Liam Moore? Are you going to throw away Lay? Are you going to throw away Antonio? Are you going to throw away Leon Bailey? Are you going to throw away McGee? Because his youths he's talking about are not those players. So I'm asking him, who does he play? It's a practical, simple question. Who do you play in 6 months, Craig? The boys you're talking about in high school? Or the best professionals, the young professionals you have now? Young professionals. So answer my question, Craig.
All right, just answer the same question, Craig, and then let him continue. If you can. Go ahead.
I'll incorporate the best available talent, which means that you will have some who are young, you'll have a Leon Bailey who's still available, a Tyreek McGee that's available. You'd have a Shamar Nicholson that's available. All of those players would be incorporated with the young guns that we have available to us. And you pick the best team and put a proper system in place. What most people don't realize is that these younger ones, the younger professionals, are playing systems where they are. They understand systems. So when you come as a coach and you don't provide a system for them see as a blasted idiot. Them not rate you.
I have no problem with that now, Craig.
So I would incorporate, for me right now, I'd have a Duncan McKenzie a train, Dujan Richards a train, a Kenaldo Brown a train, a Pearson from KC a train. Yeah? The Mona goalkeeper should be training. I mean, and we're looking at other players as well at the youth level with a Leon Bailey, with a Tyreek McGee, with a Shamar Nicholson, with a Damian Lowe.
He also asked about Ethan Pinnock as well.
How old is Ethan Pinnock?
I think he's around 23. He's in his early 20s though.
Well, if he's young, you continue, but the challenge
I want to make sure I check the age.
And a big challenge I have is this. Do you know that a player broke camp to go and deal with a signing and did not play the last game.
Oh, Ethan Pinnock is 28.
He old.
Yeah.
He old.
So what is your cutoff age, Craig? About 25 then?
About 25, 26. Because if you're 30 in the next cycle, then fine. You can
I
go
have
through.
I have no problem with that once you play your best professionals, also Manning's man.
Exactly.
So I have no problem.
Yeah, but I'm not saying throw them. I say educate them as to how we want you to do things.
No problem. No, we are the same way.
When you come, listen, when you're working for Manchester United, they tell you they want things done a certain way. When you come to Jamaica, this is how I want you to work. Would you like a manual? I can give it to you. Because you never grew up here, so you don't know the manual. But when you set the ground base, and the ground base have a system where them understand, yeah? When you bring in a 1 man or a 2 man or a 3 man from England or wherever else that never drop in the base, they quickly grasp it. But when you have 20 people coming from different directions with different systems, you put them together, you get a Tower of Babel. Those of us who are Christians will understand how God stopped them from building Tower of Babel. He made them speak in different languages.
Yeah, let me just say something. Hold on, Diego. Let me just say something quickly. Like, because I would still keep, as long as Mikel Antonio is available, like you were saying, Craig, I'd keep him. If Ethan Pinnock is still available, because based on what I've seen in the last couple of games. No, man, I hear you, and I agree, because
what I'm saying is we're not throwing away anyone.
Right.
What I'm saying is, listen, you know, the greatest, you know what made me a good coach? You know what made me good? I take a piece of every coach that has ever coached me. Yeah? Down to the miserable shout at it mentality or Bradley Stewart they have. David Hunt, his loving, focused methodology, mental work of David doing. Yeah? Mark Mendel, Jimmy Sinclair. I've taken every piece of good that I could out of them and incorporated it into myself. What I'm saying is when you have a young youth like Dujon Richards, yeah, or a center forward like Jade Clark, you take those players. I play Manning Cup, you know. I could have put them in a Mona and win Manning Cup easy, you know. I send them to England because the level here is not good enough for them.
Yeah, man. I was just responding because some people are thinking.
So the point I'm making is, hold on, the point I'm making is quickly, is that you take those young players and you have them playing and training with a Mikel Antonio.
Exactly. Yeah.
Now, for as long as Mikel Antonio is better than them, Mikel plays.
Yeah, man, which is what I was saying.
While they're learning from him. And if by chance them ever get better, Mikel Antonio start coach.
All right.
Because that is the transition.
Yeah. Because what I was trying to do, Mr. Butler, is help to, because some people are thinking you're throwing the player away in the comment section. So I'm trying to help them understand.
I'm not throwing away anybody.
So let me explain to them what Mr. Butler is saying is that he would have the older players to mentor the younger players. So he would still bring in younger players to work with them. He did not say he's going to throw away Ethan Pinnock. But by the time we get to 2026, Ethan Pinnock, if he's mentoring a young defender, I go put a name out there, he's mentoring King or some other player that is playing in America or some other player that is over there in England. He's mentoring that player. By the time we get to 2025, that player could possibly surpass Ethan Pinnock. He's saying that at that point, that player, because he has been playing, would take over. But Nations Cup coming up, Ethan Pinnock is the best one. He's going to be here, but he's still going to call younger players who can be in preparation for 2026 and 2020.
But again, Ethan Pinnock will only play if he is willing to abide by the system that we're going to put in place.
Yeah.
This is how you work when you're in my house. You understand? You don't work how you work wherever you're coming from. This is now my house. So you work how you work in my house. Everybody work together in my house. So you don't have a player turning around and saying, okay, well, this is how they do it over here, so I'm going to play this way. No. And that is for the coaches to incorporate. And until they incorporate that, you cannot blame the players if they are just kicking out the ball. Because if them don't know what to do and who to pass to. Just imagine, right? Just let me give you an example of how it could be. Suppose Taxi, wherever he is, he's in Toronto now.
I think he's
And
been
when
released.
Taxi's, eh?
I think he has been released by Toronto
Wherever
FC.
he is, whichever club he is, just say him there at Toronto.
Yeah.
And the coach said, Taxi, when the center half them get it, I don't want you to come wide for it. I want you to push up high, because that's why you use a winger. And we're going to get the ball to the midfielders and then find you as the outlet pass outside. Right? But when he come to Jamaica, the coach don't tell him nothing. But how the coach want to play is say Ethan Pinnock comes from England, which club he play for in England?
Brentford.
He plays for Brentford, and he comes from Brentford. By the way, Phoenix beat Brentford. But he comes from Brentford, and when he gets the ball, the coach wants him to play out wide first to the wing back. When Ethan pick up that ball, Taxi run gone up the wing, and Ethan a pass wide to Taxi. So there's a total breakdown in communication. So what Ethan going to do? Pressure reach him and him do what? Kick out the ball. When in doubt, kick it out. So why we have to establish our system and methodology of play is to ensure that everybody can communicate with each other.
Yeah.
And we need to do it in a way that is consistent with what our strengths are.
Yeah. Totally understand. Yeah. Yeah.
So
Diego,
it's not a matter of dash a player. No, we're not dashing nobody. If you're good enough, you're old enough. But also there's a reverse. If you're good enough, you're also young enough.
Yeah,
so
which is the reverse.
Buffon keep at 44 years old because he's still good enough.
Yep. Peter Cargill came into the national program. I mean, when Peter Cargill went to the World Cup for Jamaica, he was 31, 32, I think.
But at that time, we consider that old.
Yeah.
Now our players are starting to age and we're accepting it.
Yeah. All right, Go ahead, Diego. Sorry.
You hear me?
Yeah, man, we're hearing you now. Go ahead.
Greg, because I'm a very practical man.
Eh?
No.
No. What is it?
No, I'm very practical because you know me run a team. Play, coach, manage, own everything.
By the way, Diego.
Yeah.
You look very sharp today. You look very dapper.
Wait, say me have the Mannix look.
Yeah, man, you look like a top man.
You don't know the original thing. You don't know the original UNN thing. No, Craig.
Yeah, man.
Here's the question for you now again. Now, let's just use two big professionals right now. Leon Bailey and Antonio. Right? Now we want them into the system. But they play for 9 months abroad. How do you plan to get them in now? To teach them the thing. Because them have the $1 million contract, them don't have much time. How you plan to get them for coming in at the thing? Or what window you going to use? And the second question is, how are you going to convince the KC old boys to buy the system for Money Cup? Because nobody tells them what to do on the JC old boys,
That's fine, but here's the thing, though. It's very important. Let me answer the first question, which is how do you get Leon Bailey and Mikel Antonio to comply with the system?
No, to come in.
To come in and play the system. Comply. Come in and play the system. Comply. You have to understand these guys are professionals. So if Leon, you don't need to teach a system because he grew up in it.
Yes, thank you. Good point.
The other one is Mikel, in order to get him to understand, what you simply do is write it out in a manual, write out exactly what you want him to do, and tell him.
Okay.
Yeah, when Leon moved from Leverkusen to Aston Villa, it's a different system than play. When Steven Gerrard got to Aston Villa, it's a different system than when play. So true professionals are waiting on you to tell them what system you want them to play.
Okay.
So when you call when you do not give a Mikel Antonio a system, that's when he doesn't have any ratings for you. You understand?
We have a call online, Craig and Diego, that he wants to ask both of you something. So go ahead, caller, and then you just ask a question, and then I'll let them respond as you listen. Go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, Diego.
Yeah, man, respect that, Dada.
Mimi, those
Good evening,
man.
Mr. Butler.
He didn't hear you. Go again, caller. Mr. Butler didn't hear you.
Good evening, Mr. Butler.
Good evening, sir. How are you?
Yeah, man. Go ahead, Big Joe. He said good evening.
Good evening, all right. Me like what Diego was saying about Mr. Butler. I have an ignorant spirit to my coach, but I think Diego have a better idea of the football more Mr. Butler, because he said 6 months in Nation League will coming up. What are you going to do with the Nation League and he want to qualify for the Gold Cup? If my dash really play, but Mr. Butler, him just, you see, him ignorant and him say my coach, him now listen Diego. But Diego is a man like this. Me listen from him on Sport X. When him at Harvey show, he's a man where him know about football and he know about cricket. I mean, always I said Diego would have fit a manager to manage the West Indies team or the football team, do Mr. Ricky work. Because him have no idea everything and he have principle and him know how to run it, and nobody who no bribe him and tell him what to do. I mean, always care Diego to be a man which manage either the West Indies team or the football do Mr. Ricky's work. But me not say Craig is a good coach, you know, but him have ignorance. He want to tell him system and him no want hear nobody's system. I mean, Craig now have a real system when I come up with. When nobody could have really say him have a system. All right. Him know a system, you know. Him know the system, but him not say nobody know it more than him. Paul, I'll come with a system, you know, but I the guy them just now live up to it.
All right, caller, I'm going to ask you to you can hang up and listen because you said stuff, so Mr. Butler is going to respond, so you have to listen to his response. All right, so thanks.
Yeah, man. The problem, you know, Diego, so what you're gonna do with these guys now? Because we want to qualify for the Gold Cup. And if we dash for these players right now and take 19, 16, 14, they can't qualify for the Gold Cup.
All right, so just hang up and listen, caller, Mr. Butler.
These little young boys, these little young players, Jamaica, you know, them not fit, you know. Them drink too much and smoke too much. As soon as they're in high school, appear drinking, then drink out them time and smoke out them time.
All right, thanks for the call, Big Joe. Just listen up, Mr. Butler is going to respond. Because both of yeah, man. Thanks again for calling. All right.
Big up.
All right, Mr. Butler, you respond to that because at the end, Diego kind of had the same thing, but the caller had some points to make. So go ahead.
Do those statements actually require a response from an educated person?
All right then. Okay.
Let me just dissect what he just said. He said I'm ignorant. I've gone to Pace University and Boston University. Ignorant is lacking knowledge. Maybe he wanted to say arrogant. But it shows his ignorance by his statement. Second of all, I don't have a system. If I did not have a system, there would be no Leon Bailey. There would be no Kemar Reid. There would be any player developed that is playing in the last 10 years that have been transferred for the money that Leon has spent. Because I'm the only coach that Leon has ever had until he went professional. Further to that, if I didn't have a system, I would not take players that no one has ever heard about Mona High School. And I don't want to say what we did with the Manning Cup. Because I had people doing push-ups like a training session. I treated it like a training session. And they dominated same way. Yeah? I'm not trying to be arrogant or show off or whatever. I have been educated in football. I've been educated at Ajax, at KRC Genk for 2 years. At IS Trenton, I was the technical trainer of the champions of Slovakia. I'm the first Jamaican to become a president of a European club. I coached in the Maltese Premier League, and I have continued to develop the best players in Jamaica. At Jamaica College.
All right, Salty, hold on. I'll soon bring you in here.
the best two players that are over there at the time, the Michael and Dylan, top players. Out of Georges, Woolmers, the whole of them. Jamani Bell come out of Phoenix. It's not about, when you say I don't have a system, you cannot say that. Because Phoenix has shown, if you don't know what a system is, type in Phoenix All-Star Football Academy versus Aston Villa on YouTube and go and watch the system. If you don't understand what a system is, go down. I'm not sharing as, is that Maxwell? I don't speak on the same program as that person. So either take him off or I'll leave you. Yeah? If you don't know what, if you want to see what a system is, go and look at YouTube at what these 16-year-olds are doing, playing against the Premier League teams like Cavaliers, Waterhouse, etc. Yeah?
Okay, you guys, hold on, Mr. Bola. Say, you guys don't. Are you serious?
I don't speak to Maxwell because he's unethical and a liar.
Oh, okay, all right. So Maxwell, hold on, Sir Maxwell. Sir Maxwell, listen to me first. All right, listen. Listen to me first. All right, you want to wait until, because I don't want any fights on the program. All right, because I'm a man of love and a man of peace.
I don't have a problem, man. I was actually going to tell him that he has a very good program. That's what I was coming on to say.
No, thank you.
Because it's something that we can look at.
You're a hypocrite.
Forward.
All right. So, Sir Maxwell, this is not going to end. So I'm going to.
Anyway.
Yeah.
I'll come on after Craig gets finished.
All right. Thank you for that. We have a caller. I don't know these things, so sometimes I get caught in the crossfire.
Mannings, man. Don't do that again. You say that man tried to steal my players with video games and everything.
Okay, I don't
deal with him at all. Ever. Period.
We have a caller. Hold on. We have a caller coming on. Go ahead. Caller. You see, you have a question for, I think, Diego or Mr. Butler. Caller.
Hello?
Yeah, man. Go ahead. We're hearing you. Just ask a question and then you can listen in for the response after that. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, man. They're hearing you. Go ahead, man. Go ahead with the question, Sauti.
Oh, but me, hold on. Oh, I'm cut it out because me there hear Craig or talk same way upon the thing.
No, man, he's listening now. Go ahead. And Diego listening as well.
Oh, good afternoon. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Yeah, man, big up, General.
I hear the call a while ago. I said good evening, man. I have to check my clock.
Yeah, he's in England.
I thought me I say I must England him there.
Yeah, man.
Oh, go on, South.
You're looking like Will Smith in Men in Black, man.
The Matrix, look.
Hey, morning, seriously.
It's afternoon.
I was listening to the heated debate between those two gentlemen. Huh?
Yeah.
And I was kind of getting what both of them saying, right? Diego asked some question about the short term. What should you do about the short term? And Craig talked about doing things for the long term, right? That's my understanding. I don't know. Them can't say for some things. But I kind of agree with Craig to an extent, which me not normally do still. I think them need to start phasing out some players, whether Gold Cup come up or Nations League come up or not. The cycle, the whole 4-year cycle need to be used to build up, to put something in place to target 2026. I mean, but you can't get rid of all the money one time, but one by one, you're supposed to. Like even coming up, if we have Nations League coming up, we need to start bringing some new blood. Because this campaign was a failure from the beginning, right? Because even in the middle of the campaign, you still have people here say I try to get them passports to come play. I don't say, oh, you can't achieve anything in that way. Like you have to build a thing over a number of years with the target in mind. That's how it's supposed to go.
That makes very good sense, sir.
Yeah, he said that makes sense. Yeah, man, Craig is saying that makes sense because you're not listening. You can't hear it at the same time. But go ahead. Just go ahead and finish up,
Yeah,
Southie, and then he will
just
respond.
don't make no sense that in the middle of the thing you're still bringing in people. If you have a Gold Cup coming up or a nationwide coming up this year, that is when you're supposed to start with the building for the 2026. So if you have to get rid of some man at this point, if you think they're not going to be around for 2026, you start get rid of them. Whether we go to the Nations League and do good or not, or the Gold Cup and do good or not, you have to start a rebuilding. You have to start a process. And the last time them had the Nation League, there was a certain radio station host who was knocking the Nation League. And I had called him and I had told him that you can't knock the thing. It should be used as a preparation competition for the World Cup. You can't say it is a small competition. The man them should be there to be playing the games to get themselves prepared for the World Cup qualifying. And then when the World Cup qualifying come in, that's when you start bringing a bunch of men who never played together yet. And then we are say, them not play. Like me, I watch a game yesterday, man is man. Remember I said, I don't know if you hear me say before Panama scored, that is only a matter of time before these guys score. You remember that?
Yeah,
because
you did.
You could see them going to score. Or them Jamaica cannot, even when we are defend and we win the ball, we cannot transition from the defense to the up the field and all. We just give it back to them and them keep coming back. So it's only a matter of time. Because we now know them don't play a bunch of games together over a number of years. And then we're saying we have a good team because we have a bunch of names from England. But Panama have a good team, not because they have a bunch of names from England, but because they have a group of players who have played together over a number of years. I do the same thing. You know
That is the statement.
I agree with Craig with that. Them need to start phase out some man. I have a target in mind, 2026. I start phase out some man and bring in some youth. And if them have to get some beaten along the way, then just get some beaten along the way.
Yeah.
All
right, so I'm going to let Craig and Diego respond, and then we take a couple more calls. But go ahead, Diego, you go first, and then I'll have Craig respond after that. Thanks for the call.
So if Southie was listening, me and Craig finally agree. Because remember now, as I told Craig, the CONCACAF Nation League is what qualifies you for the World Cup and the Gold Cup. So you can't treat it as if you're not going in to compete. So when Craig tells me now he's going to keep the Leon Bailey, he's going to keep the McGee, he's going to keep the Shamar Nicholson, he's going to keep the Pinnocks there, I have no problem. The original thought was when it was as if he's saying, let's use the 18 and 19-year-old now in high school for the CONCACAF. That's what I thought that he was into. He cleared it up, so now we agree. So there's no problem.
Okay, all right. What do you want to? How do you respond to the caller, Craig Butler? Because even Boris Johnson is saying, Coach Boris Johnson is saying, that's how it was in 1998. Where you had the under 20, the under 23, and the senior team.
But in 1998, everybody was living in Jamaica. Why they keep comparing 98 to these guys playing for? Leon Bailey's playing for 9 months in Europe. Antonio's playing for. Pinnock is playing. Why these guys were living at Shortwood Road? I used to check them.
No, I think.
Can I speak with you a second, guys?
Go ahead.
I want to share business, like a business idea. It's easier for people to get it when you look at it from a business, because football is a business. If you have a company that you own, right, that say it was a broadcasting company, but for many years the systems in there are failing, right, and you're not making no money, you're not getting anywhere, you're dumping in a lot of money in that business and it's not working. You can't just bring in new people, because that's what Southie was trying to say. Bring in some new baller. You can't just bring in new people into the same business that you have with the same business model and expect them to change. What you have to do is to start a new business. And those out of the old business, those workers that were really good out of the old business are willing to incorporate the new practices. You hire them, rehire them in the new business. That's why some companies, them shut down the business, make it redundant, and then rehire you in another business. What am I going to do? Right? And when you start the new business, you start good, proper systems and procedures in that business. And you utilize the people that you brought over from the old business with the new people you're hiring and say, this is what we want to do. Why I'm saying that is the idea of just wholesale getting rid of all the players don't make no sense, because the players is not the problem. The lack of a system is the problem. And with all due respect, I still have a problem with some of our non-homegrown talent with commitment. Let me give you an idea what I mean. Liam Moore left the national team to go and negotiate a new contract somewhere else in the middle of competition. Leon Bailey could have never looked at me ever in my brightest, dearest dreams. Tell me that. Aston Villa for come at Jamaica, come sign him. Or do it over the internet.
Yeah, some people don't know what you're talking about, so they're gonna ask when. So what Craig is saying is that somehow between the Mexico game and the Panama game, Liam Moore left the camp.
Yeah.
All right. So for people who don't know, that's what happened.
Now, at a critical stage, the player was not there for the team and for his country. All of these people that talk about them love Jamaica and them this and them that. Them that love Jamaica. Call me arrogant if you want. If you love Jamaica, you don't leave them at them their most critical point. You don't leave.
But don't say them say Liam Moore, because some of them do.
Listen, I'm saying some of them do. What I'm saying is what we need. I'm not wholesaling saying that all the players that are overseas are born overseas do not love Jamaica. I'm saying that you have to make sure that the commitment level of the players that you bring in is they want to be here.
Yes, I agree.
They don't want a vacation. They don't want to be here because England don't want them. They want to be here because they want to rep Jamaica. Okay? In order to make that happen, we have to make our program more attractive. Just like the high schools need to make their programs more attractive so they don't lose players to the England of Jamaica, the JC, the KC, them. Yeah? If you don't want to lose your players to JC and KC, make your program as good as JC and KC one. Simple. Which is what I did with Mona. Yeah? We have to incorporate a proper system. The players are not the problem. The system is the problem. The willingness to incorporate that system is the problem. We all say we have to incorporate a system, but nobody is saying how, when, and what. They're saying we need to. It's like I have cancer, and for years I was saying, boy, I need to cut out the thing. Until I cut it out and fix it. I'm done. Hey, Carlin, ask some Kerry to get that tarpaulin for me. Quick, and throw over the top of that Jeep there. Yeah. So, rain is going to fall, so I might have to go inside. I visited my mother and my aunties, So,
yeah, man. Oh, okay.
Consider it.
All right, so sort out that and let me just get, and then you come back to it. Let me just get.
Yeah. Go on.
Yeah, man. Maestro. Maestro. We're not seeing you now. Show your face and then ask a question now in the meantime. We're not seeing your face.
We're there, man. One Maestro, man.
Yeah, man. What say you?
No, just man and knows enough respect and love the program, I'm get a message, so I'm still organized because I'm kind of busy to come on the program live, but my opinion is JFF. The root of it is JFF, and them are the problem. And JFF are go off of the handbook of the previous president.
Maestro, so the man don't know how Diego wonder who you be,
Yeah.
You don't know.
Diego.
Well, I teach him to that. I teach you that.
No, man, a Maestro, man. One Maestro with one left foot, man. Easy, man.
No, we don't know everybody. We don't know 2 million people like you at Jamaica.
Man, make the man know the man himself.
The one left foot Maestro, Diego. Me have to tell him more than that.
No, man.
The one left foot maestro, Diego.
One left foot maestro. No, there's more than one left foot maestro.
Tell me
You have Bibi Gardner.
The midfield maestro with the free
And
kick.
you have the great Messam.
The free kick maestro, Diego. From outer east.
Right.
From outer east, Diego.
The left footer from outer east.
With the danger free kick them.
You have Jeremy and you have Rum.
Oh, Jeremy and you, man. I want to hear Diego, man.
Jeremy and that?
Come on, Diego, man. Come on.
Oh, yeah, the boy. Gina, yo, bring up the general, no, man. Let me see the big man have to see your genius. Genius, man. Out of the great St. Thomas Parish, man. Before even half of you, the young Maradona. I can't see him, young Maradona.
Cool, Diego, man.
All right, man. My apologies here, sir.
Go ahead,
man.
All right, Genius. Glad to see you. Bless up yourself, Genius.
Yeah, man. Give thanks, you know?
Yeah, man. Talk to them, maestro.
No, man, I said, as I said, the root of it is JFF, brother. And they're going off of the previous president handbook. If you notice over the years, they've been making the same mistakes and the same decisions.
Yeah.
That have a change up. You get to me, I say? That have a change. And I mean, when I bash the players them 100%, but I'm just going off of what I see. Like when you don't have a connection to something, you know, you're not going to give out 100%. Or if you don't understand in terms of like the players, English-born players, if they had come into the team earlier to form that bond with the country and the other players, I think they would understand and give more of themselves. So they never feel that love for the country. That's my opinion. Because I don't see it in the game where they might give that 100%. Remember, you know, the teams before the players were here and everything early and the man form a band. And you can see the players them giving of themselves. But that's just a few things. It's a lot. It's a lot that went wrong. And like sometimes I like even talk about it because it make my head hurt me.
Jeremy.
Yeah, Diego.
Because you're saying exactly what I said to Craig and Mannix when I come in. There is nothing wrong with the players. The problem is for you to put you know we play the ball for years. For you to possess, there is no possession. And the reason why there is no possession, there is no cohesiveness, chemistry, and trust of the players because they need to come in from early.
Yes,
That's all they need to do, you know. Once you come in early, Germany understand what I talk about. Because you can't go forward without possession. And you can't score goal without going forward. The players are not the problem.
No.
Players, I see them at Championship. I see them in Premier League. I see them in MLS. They have the quality. What the problem is with the JFF, they got to bring them in early and keep that 23-man squad early like I'm talking about now, Mannings, man. At the start of the CONCACAF Nation League in 6 months, get the 23-man and you work with that squad. Jeremy got exactly what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah, man, you're back on, Sir Butler.
Yeah, JFF are the root. Them have to clean up them. Yes, Craig.
What got me out?
There, man.
You know, so you're one of the man them he said need to be involved in that program as one of the coaches of the midfielders. But let me finish what I said.
Yeah.
2 things. We say that the players are not the problem. And I am saying that the players' commitment level is important. And for some, it wasn't what it needed to be. Yeah? The second thing I'm saying is...
So, Craig, you weed those out. When you bring them in early now, the one that we don't committed, you throw them away.
Yeah, but listen what I'm saying now.
All
right. Brother D, understand this. I kind of live in the world of professional football. So I also know that there's no way to bring them in early. In other words, what I'm saying is 11 and a half months out of the year, them going to play football with them club. So the bringing in early is before them get to the professional level. Now, the second part is
No,
that,
I mean name your squad early, Craig. Not bringing
yeah,
them.
yeah, I understand.
All right, okay.
The second part is that all of these players are professional players. So if you tell them what they want, I was giving the example earlier, that when Steven Gerrard come on Aston Villa and said, this is what I want. In one game, you see a difference. You see a difference of player, difference of style, different methodology, everything. In a one game. Why? Because they're professionals. If the coach tells you what he wants, you can execute. Especially if the core has that as the basis upon which we grew and play from. You remember when Leon Bailey said if we don't make it to the World Cup, it's going to be the JFF fault? About a year ago. And the whole country jumped on him. And I had to come on TV and defend him. And he said because Tapa changed out about 70 players. And he keep just every match is a different set of player come. You have to understand that was a prophecy. And the youth was talking because he grew up in a system and understands the importance of teamwork and synergy. And if you don't have the same players working and training together over that period of time, the only time that you have is during those match times. And you keep changing the players, you will never get everybody on the same page. You understand? It's better than they keep 22 man. What don't come from nowhere else, and them stay at Jamaica and them train and play, and them just play. Even leave out Leon, leave out everybody. But you have them man they working, you'd get a better result than to keep bringing in. How many players in the change over that period of time? 70?
Yeah, 77.
77. 77 players over a qualifying period? Are you crazy?
But
what kind of synergy you could have? So it is not the players, it is the coach. And the coach, and the reason I said this is the coach is supposed to set him system, incorporating players. What are you looking at players? 77 players you need to look on. Forget synergy?
Well, I agree with you, the coach, long time.
Yeah?
Manningsman can't confirm that.
No, Paul Hall is an affable person. I like him.
Yep.
If he's willing to incorporate a proper system, and if he's willing to listen, that's the problem with Tapa. You know, Tapa is hard.
Yep.
I didn't think he know everything. See that? How many of you know that I was the one that advocated? Jermaine, I don't know if you probably keep up with the stuff, but how many of you know that I am the one that advocated that we should have a national coach that is from Jamaica, and that was a player of Jamaica? It's me put Tapa in the position, isn't it? When JFF didn't want to pay Tapa more money, you know that I gave Tapa a job offer letter from the club in Malta, offered him $10 million, and him show it to JFF, and that's how him get him increase in salary. I've always supported Tapa, you know, because he was one of those Jamaican players from the 1998 World Cup.
Yeah.
What he didn't do, though, which is what I said he needed to do, was to incorporate all the other past players that were good enough, intelligent enough, and capable of helping him. In every team, whenever you see Canada come play, you see offensive coach, midfield coach, defensive coach, goalkeeper coach, sports psychologist, all of them sitting there on the bench.
But Craig,
yeah, go ahead, Jordan.
I feel like the Football Federation in Jamaica, they have never modeled, like they feel like they know football and them alone know it. They have never modeled nothing off of no country or no club. And most of the countries, and I'm agreeing with you, most of the countries, they have past players in the coaching staff. We have
Absolutely.
never modeled off on nobody. Why? We are the greatest.
Let me tell you
Well,
something.
let me ask this question though, because some persons, and I mean, when these discussions come up, part of the issue is that, right, that persons believe that there is sort of bias in the whole thing because there's also a question mark about the players who are not born in Jamaica about their level of commitment. But again, let me emphasize, and to be fair to everyone in the discussion, including Mr. Butler, Diego, Jermaine, is that what the people are saying is that not all the players, and I think there are even some locally born players who are not committed as well. So I don't think it's just an English born player. What you have is that they must be committed to not just turn up, but to play the system that we have, which is what Mr. Butler is saying. There's a system. Are you committed to play the system of play that so we can have cohesiveness in it? It's never
All right.
wholesale.
Let me
Because
ask you a question.
they're committed players, you know, and there are
Mannix.
some who don't show the same level, both
Mannix.
locally. Yeah, go ahead.
Mannix, let me ask you a question. I'm asking you this question.
Yeah.
You've seen me coach? Yes or no?
Yeah, man.
Okay. You know how I operate.
Yeah.
Could I be the coach of Jamaica and I don't have committed players?
No, I mean, I know commitment and loyalty is very important to the Phoenix program.
No.
I know that.
What I'm asking you is, if I book a man that committed, how long before I run him?
If he's committed?
If he's not committed.
No, man, him can't be a part of it.
And I book him. Me, you know. If I book him one day and him don't show commitment, what will happen?
You're going past him.
Exactly. Now, if I have that approach, what's going to happen to the other players that want to play?
They're going to show commit. You're going to make, because it's going to be an example. So they are going to.
Exactly. So you need to understand again, it comes from the systems that you put in place. Not just the systems on the pitch, but the systems off the pitch. Hey, when I
who's supposed to do that, Craig?
When I'm coaching a football,
Jermaine is asking you a question. Who's supposed
to do that?
Jermaine, listen.
No, I know, and I just want you to say.
You want me to say that the JFF head hierarchy is supposed to do that?
Yeah, I agree with you. They are the
absolutely,
one
but it is the coach that implements that system. It's not the players that show commitment or lack of commitment. So you must make them committed or get rid of them.
Who chose the players from overseas, especially England? JFF or the coach?
Well, I don't know, but I can tell you this. I can't be coaching. I would never be coaching a team, and you tell me that I have to take this player, that player. Because first of all, it would have go public. Second of all, I would not choose him.
True.
You understand? It is the balls and gonads of the player. It is the character of the coach. Sorry, not player. It's the character of the coach that will dictate what character the team have on the field. You know? On a Simona High School play, them man, they look like them fear nothing or bow to nobody or nothing.
Yeah. All right. So we have Chris the sports guy, but I have a caller online. I'm going to take the caller. Caller, your background noisy, caller.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, man, you have a lot of noise in your background.
Yeah, really?
Yeah, man. Go ahead now. We're hearing you. Go ahead.
I'm going to my car.
Yeah. Make your point and then listen.
Yeah, man. Let me first, say it's really a pleasure to be talking to probably two of the greatest minds in terms of the love that they have for Jamaica and Jamaican football. Some people are gonna burn me out because I compliment Craig Butler like that, but that's how I think. That's how I see him. But anyway, my question to Diego and Craig, and Jeremy and you just hinted what I wanted to ask. What do you think about the present JFF administration? And should they deserve a next tenure, next opportunity to run the JFF? Also, how can the JFF create a product at this time and sell to corporate Jamaica to bring some sponsorship on board so that all these beautiful things that you guys are alluding to can become a reality. Because if the JFF does not have money, all these things that we are talking about will not become a reality. I'll just hang up and listen.
All right. So you heard the question, Jermaine, and then Diego, then Craig, and then we have I'll let Chris come on and share his thought. But what say you, Jermaine, about that question from the caller?
I mean, for me, I don't think it could get out the GFF, and I'm not thinking about getting them out. I want them implement a strategy and change their mindset of going about selecting the players and just the whole process of the football of Jamaica. Because too many years now it's been the same way. And we're not reaping no benefit.
So you want changes, even if the people don't change, or they operate must change?
Yes.
All right. Diego, what say you, Diego?
JFF was dealt from the minute they came in.
I didn't hear that. Start over again.
When I look from the JFF came in, this new JFF contingent, when they were given a raw deal, when they came into something when everything was mashed up. And the fact that COVID-19 came, and there's one thing I learned for small countries, if you don't get the support of the government and you don't have money, it's very difficult. And from the fact that the government was not behind them in terms of giving them home funds, the COVID-19 issue, I can't, I think it's unfair to judge them then. Because the way I see it, the failure of this program, the coach got what he wanted, the players he wanted. So I'm going to blame the coach for this failure, not really the JFF, because he got everything he wanted. So the government has to take the blame for the treatment of the JFF. Because you see that game in Jamaica, I saw the Costa Rica game. You see, if there was 5,000 fans in that game, probably they'd hold on to that.
The Mexico game you're talking.
Mexico game.
Yeah.
I see Costa Rica hold on against Panama with that 12th man in the squad. So unless somebody can tell me exactly how the JFF is the reason why we didn't qualify, because I owe the coach as the biggest responsibility, because the world is there for you. All you have to go and scout and select the players you want. You got the players you want. There's not one player that Tapa didn't get that he wanted. And he failed. So I can't really, I would give him another chance.
All right. Chris, the sports guy, let me let you jump in before Mr. Butler. What say you?
Yeah, I don't have a lot of time. Blessings to everybody that's here. I have some blame for certain aspects of the failed World Cup campaign, and here's why I said that. Now, logistics does not fall on the coach. Logistics doesn't fall with the players. Logistics fall with the JFF, and that I continuously will always say that the JFF administration deals with logistics. Now, things can happen. Things will always happen. There's no way that an away team can reach your home country before you. Logistics deals with that. That is one. The government, yes, gets blamed to some extent because that 12th man is very important. But when we played against Mexico inside the Azteca, when we lost by 2-1, there were no fans in the stadium at the Azteca. The Mexicans, remember, was serving a ban because of certain comments that was made in Canada against Canada when they played Canada and they drew that game. So this 12-man thing that everybody cussing about, other countries in this final round of CONCACAF World Cup qualifying has played without fans. So this 12 man, I understand the point, but it's not the main point. The reason why I give Tapa the biggest blame in all of this is because, as Diego said, Tapa wanted players and got them from the JFF, and he did nothing. When Paul Hall was handed this team, they were in 6th place with 7 points. Now, Marcio, he has gotten 2 losses, one against Mexico, one against Panama, but he has little to no time gelling with the players that Tapa wants. So I think that, in my opinion, I give most of the blame on the coach, but I don't definitively take JFF completely out of it, because logistics, I don't think they passed in none of those categories, and logistics is also very important in them moving forward. But I would place most of the blame on Tapa, because he got the players and didn't do anything. The win against Honduras, I mean, El Salvador just beat Honduras 2-0. So I don't count that as a necessarily, oh, it's a big win. Everybody beating Honduras in this World Cup qualifiers. So it's a blame for everybody. I'm just saying that before I go.
Yeah, man.
Thanks for just having me, Mr. Butler. I've been trying to contact you for how long to do an interview and can't get through to you. So I'm going to try again. Diego, big up yourself. It's been a while since I've seen and heard from you. Jermaine, big up yourself. Manningsman, big up on yourself.
Yeah, man. All right, Chris. Yeah, man. Mr. Butler, go ahead. The question about the JFF, would you give would you remove them, because that's what the caller had asked. That's what everyone is responding to. What say you? Oh, sorry, you're muted. Hold on, let me see. All right, sorry. Go ahead.
The biggest problem people have is they believe that a good footballer will make you a good coach. Yeah? You have some footballers that are instinctively talented. But at the same time, you may also have good footballers that are instinctively talented, and you may have good footballers that are intelligent as well. Yeah?
Yeah.
Tapa is not an intelligent man. So, whereas a footballer, he may have been instinctively good, as a human being, as a leader, as a strategist, as a man to be educated in the sport, which you need to be, he was not there. And he's given the task to deal with the modern day footballer that are playing systems in their countries with educated coaches that are asking them to implement those systems. And they come to Tapa's training, and it is like a prep school training. You see? And he continues believing that the synergy will come over having different players there, and one day the synergy will just pop up. It is created. It is not something that just happens. So he did not put in any systems. And then Bill Clinton wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed. But one of the things that he was able to do was to put people around him that were skilled and good in the different things that they would do. So his presidency.
Your audio, we lost your audio, Craig.
You have it now?
Yeah, we have it now.
Yeah, so basically what I'm saying is the JFF have a lot to blame because they're not very proactive. Yeah? They should have put systems in place. They should have given Tapa more coaches, force them on him. Yeah? So, you see, if I ever become a national team coach, if you tell me alone to coach them, I'm going to tell you I don't want the job. I'm going to say that I want Bibi Gardner, I want Jermaine Hugh, I want this one, I want that one, I want Joey from Holland to come in, and I want to have a proper coaching team together that can make up for the inadequacies that I may not have. Because I have things that I'm really good at, and there's some things I'm not. Like administration, don't try me with that. I have to have somebody there who deal with all the administration, paperwork and everything. Don't ask me. And I think that we have not done a good job in putting the coach in place and setting the parameters from which the coach has to operate. Yeah, we need to put in. You see, you can't have Jermaine Hugh, a talent as he is, sitting on his laurels, doing nothing after Jamaica has given him so much in football. He should be
But
incorporated into
Craig,
developing the midfielders in our country.
Craig, if they don't call me as a player, how them are gonna call me as a
Brother,
coach?
I better you keep by your mouth and come up a Phoenix. Come help me. Yeah?
Jermaine, but Jermaine would also say to you, because you just said who has given so much, or maybe they have taken so
him
much
hear
from
what me
him.
say. Him hear what me say, man. Craig,
Yeah,
did
man.
hear what me say a while
Yeah,
ago.
man. Yeah. That's what I say. On top of that, too, they have taken so much from you in terms of what you went through and where you could have
Exactly.
been. So I don't know. But we have a call online. So let's take him and hear what he has to say. Caller, welcome to the show.
If Jeremy and you don't know who this on the line already, you see me big up yourself, fully east. I get where I come from, Mr. Brutler,
Bless.
yourself, and Mr. Diego. As I can say that our prime example should be like a team like Panama. Most of their players, they don't play overseas or play in the top 5 league or don't even play in, some of them, one or two of them play in the MLS. But how they get the best out of their players and how the guy from Denmark, Thomas Christensen, come in, he sell a philosophy, just like what Craig said, and sell a system to their players and they build on it. As you can see, their midfield, Annabelle Godoy and Alberta Carrasquilla, they both play in the MLS. You get me? They don't have players that play in Europe, and I'm wondering how they get the best out of their players. When I watch them play, they play very good. They play a very pressing system, just like what Craig said, and just like how this said. It requires having a good coach, a stable federation, and a stable players that want to commit to the program. You get me? Canada, check them 2 or 3 years ago, they was not that good, but now they are better. They have a good coach like Herdman, and they have a couple of players that play in Europe, but majority of their core players was built off of MLS players and Alphonso Davies and Jonathan Davies. I'm wondering what these programs are doing right, why Jamaica can follow the model of these programs and become a fall. I'm very embarrassed to say that my country should be up there with these players. We have the talent, we have everything right, but why cannot we not be there? And we tried this over 20 years now, since you was there, Jeremy, you come all the way down. We qualified for World Cup after 1998. So what they're doing for 20 years, that's wrong. Things need to be changed. And I think we as a big-minded person like Craig Butler, you have so much knowledge. I know they fight you, but if you want good come, my mama always tell me, yeah, no one's have to run for good come. You get me? I come from not saying they're gonna fight, but you have to fight blood, sweat, and tears if you want good come. You get me? I come from only way the JFF change, and I heard management say is we as people going there and taking charge of this. It's not gonna change if we not step up the plate and go in and change it. If we as people not gonna change it, we need to take in charge our football and try to push it forward. I mean, I don't understand if JFF really understand that this football and the government can understand that football can change the country a lot. I mean, like emotionally, I think financially, the country can change. With football, we have different stakeholders coming in and different people from all over the world, different sponsorship coming in, just to help the country to a better place. That's I don't understand. Even crimes can stop. Even crime can stop when you have a good football coach. Look at 1998 when Jamaica qualified for the World Cup. No crime no going on there. But why can that not happen now? I don't understand. It really mind boggles my head. You get me? I come from. I don't understand. Yes, we don't have the resources. Yes, probably we don't have the richest country. But are you gonna tell me that you're gonna use it as an excuse to put in a system in place that can benefit you? Huh?
Yeah.
I don't understand.
All right. Yeah, man. All right. Thanks, caller, for your time.
All right.
I mean, yeah, man. I'll let the
All right.
panel respond, but let me just a couple of things to the panel. One, to the person. Listen, we have gone up to almost 160 persons on the stream. Over 400 views already. Hit the like button. Come on, man. Just hit the like button and support the platform. All right. Support the work. All right. But let me say this, right? Because I think sometimes we have to listen. And I think what Diego has been saying, what Craig has been saying, most consistent, Jeremy and the person who have come on, is that going ahead, there is a short term and a long term. Because Diego was originally asking about what do we do in the next 6 months. Nobody is suggesting throwing players away, all right, except that those who are probably 32 and up that who will not be in the next cycle. Once they can still add value to the team, they need to be a part of the team, like Mikel Antonio, so he can help to mentor some of these young players who should be coming in preparation for 2030, all right, and 2026. That has been the narrative. There's also that Coach Whitmore, because he was in the job, he should have had more supporting coach around him. That way, the inadequacies in his coaching would have been addressed by the other coaches. That's one thing. When it came on to commitment, what they're saying is that going ahead, as we look at the commitment of players, you will know from the beginning. And if the players are not committed, whether they are locally born or overseas born in Europe or in America, or they are from Brazil, if they are not committed to playing the system and to the program, then we can't work with them. But those who are committed must be in the system early to build up the chemistry so that when we get to the campaign, everything can work. Those are some of the points that people have been making, and I just want to establish them. So I don't think there is a issue with persons in England or America and stuff. All right. So I just want to make that clear, because I don't want us to walk away with the wrong thing about any of the persons in terms of what they have been saying. We have Demo who has come on, and then I'm going to ask the panel to respond to some of the other comments. But go ahead, Demo, what say you?
Yeah, man. Big up everybody in the comments and big up the panelists. Obviously it's an honor to be on with the great maestro himself, Jeremy and Hugh, a beer legends upon the thing, Diego, Sports This and Craig Butler. Great to be on. So my thing is Mannings, man, and I have had countless encounters with Craig Butler, right? He obviously just coached my alma mater, Mona High School. He took a youth to my grow through my hand in terms of Kemar Reed. He's a member of my church at one point from Riverview, and Kemar Reed they in Europe now play football. So I go forever grateful for some of them things, because I see them youth there the things. So the thing is, Mannings, man, we were on Ryan's show last night it was, and I was saying that a lot of these schoolboys who are coming out now, you were mentioning what happened in the 98 campaign, that the core team, they stuck together in a lot of things that they were doing, and they gel and they form a camaraderie and a chemistry. That's why they play together so well. So my question is, I know Craig is doing it with Phoenix, obviously having young talents and grooming them together and having a family. My thing is, though, we've seen a lot of the young talents that come out of schoolboy football, the Alex Marshall, the Scarrow, Stewart, and all of these guys. They come and they make a big name in a Manning Cup, and then they disappear. My thing is, I don't know if Craig can answer or whatever. Can we have some of those schoolboys, when they leave schoolboy football, form that core group like a family? I don't know if it's a club, I don't know if it's a camp or whatever it is. Like when them come out, all the top talents from schoolboy level, form something like you mentioned with the 98 campaign players, and used to stick together as a core and form that top talent group for make we progress forward. And I think that what Craig talked about in terms of long term, can be, can be something good for the Jamaica football going forward. I mean, Phoenix are good there as well, but the other guys out of the Manning Cup, just make them come together, form a camp, a group. And like me think that Scarrow was one of the biggest thing play football, Chevron Stewart, And I hear nothing about him for a long while. Him gone. Alex Marshall must have there Canada and all of these top talents. We mentioned only Junior Fleming. Who else? Flemings and Speedy are the only two schoolboy footballers we've seen at the Jamaica thing now, like where make a name for themselves. So that's my question to the panel. If we can have a camp or something for when the top talents in leave schoolboy football, the Costa Cup or Manning Cup, have a camp so it will better aid our football going forward. So big up yourself, Craig Butler. Thanks for for deal with Kemar Reed. So is a youth from Riverview who grow. So thanks a lot for that, boss.
All right. What I'm saying, Demo, there's Lamar Walker. There's Lamar Walker, Peter Lee Vassell, Tyrone McGee, Javian Brown. All of these guys recently came through the schoolboy system. But we have a next call online. So thank you.
Yeah, man.
And I'll let Mr. Butler respond to some of that and Jermaine and Diego. But we have a next caller. They call him Cranky. His team is in the Super Bowl final. This is the great Stan Cranky, owner of Arsenal. Welcome to the show.
I wish I was the owner of Arsenal. I'll be very rich. No, look, I do think, everyone has their ideas about what a successful program could look like, what we need to do as a country for a footballing program. What I would suggest, though, is that we all try to work, we all have the same objective, which is for us to have a very successful football program. And we all got to start thinking individually about our own individual situations, about our own desires, and think more of a collective. Think more of a collective than individuals. And think about how you can contribute to the program and how you can help the program, even with all the restrictions that is embedded in the program. What is the JFF all about this? We all agree that things start from the top. We have said this a numerous amount of times around why the program is struggling is because we lack adequate leadership and we lack people at the top of the tree to help move the program forward. And so we have to work with it. And we need to stop thinking about Jamaica as this 144 by 44 little rock. We have a much broader Jamaica that we need to deal with versus Jamaica, which is on that little island. It's a much broader community. It's a community to think about how we, each of us, what we do and how we do it can help the island, not just in football. Because I do think we are very diverse in our views. We are also very disorganized in terms of how we operate. We don't think about how we help the Jamaica community achieve its objective. We all have our individual agendas, including some of your panelists, Frank. I'll be frank on that. The panelists seem to have left as I jump on, but that's all cool.
No. Mr. Butler is in. I think his device is being connected. Seem to be having some problems. He's still there, man.
Yeah, but I want Butler to hear this. He's also part of the person who contributes sometimes to the negative narrative. And I hold my tongue when I speak. He contributes to that. So when I hear about commitment, English-based players, Jamaican quality, what I don't hear is how you bring that all together. I hear divisive messages coming from a number of different quarters, which actually perturbs me about how we think about things and how we try to ensure that we achieve success. And your callers calling and talk about, we just have the local players develop them. We don't need to source overseas. I need to ask people this. Which football team that have talent in different parts of the world, do you hear Brazilians say they're not going to take their overseas playing players? When they have game, who they bring? Almost every single person in that team is playing overseas. They may have been developed locally, but they are playing overseas. Canada, bunch of them playing overseas. The entire US midfield was all black, as I mentioned yesterday, all playing overseas. So I get frustrated when I hear this narrative management, and I get concerned about how people think and about how they think about we can be successful if we don't leverage all the talent we have at our disposal. The US spent years changing Musa. We've talked about it. They spent years changing players like Des, Musa, who could play for the other countries, but they realized that talent is the differentiator. No one said collectiveness, chemistry, you time doesn't allow you to be successful. No one says that. And it'd be stupid not to think that. But I gave you guys this example. Think about Man City. Think about Chelsea. And look at Newcastle. It's resources and quality players that talks. So Man U is struggling because they used to be the biggest person in the block with the most money. And they struggle nowadays because, you know what? Someone came along with much more money, can get better players. If you have the best players, and if all things are equal, like coaching, the best team with the best players is going to win. That's not disputable. Is El Salvador playing well? Is Costa Rica playing well? Is Panama playing well? We have a system. Local players who may not have the name biggest brand. Yes, they play together for years. They have a collectivity. They have an organization. But we are a little bit different. There's very few countries that export so much people as we have and who have done well outside of Jamaica that we can leverage. Why don't we all think more about how we all get together can help the program versus trying to bifurcate things in different components about, you know what, English-based versus, you know, Jamaican overseas. Why we have this nonsense and not thinking about how we can bring everything together, help the country with get good coaches, give suggestions how the JFF, hopefully they leverage it. This divisiveness is just counterproductive and frustrating, man. And I'm here working on my lunch break, and I'm going to go back to work now because I'm
Yeah, but
what I'm gonna say is, I beat people. I don't use the word beat. I will oppose individuals who are not being positive and not having constructive criticism and constructive suggestion about how we move the programs forward, and keep talking about this nonsense about foreign-based, foreign developed versus locally developed. It's crap. And because you have been successful doing something in life, doesn't mean that's the whole thing you can emulate. And yesterday we keep talking about the 98, which is over 22 years ago. We haven't done crap since then. And here's you guys' question for you. What did we do before 98? We had locally based players, all of them. What have we done? What we doing for all the years before we got to 1998? We brought in a foreign coach. We brought some English-based players to supplement what we have. What did we do before that? What have we done after 98? So it's very frustrating, man, to hear this nonsense. Why don't we espouse the view of, you know what? We want to work as a collective, try to get the best players, try to get the best chemistry, try to generate new resources, organize ourselves versus this disparate, not productive narrative that just frustrates the heck out of me and is not conducive to us being successful. It's ridiculous. And people in Jamaica and the coaching fraternity, they're some of the main culprits. And the traditional media are some of the main culprits. Because I heard them with divisive rhetoric, and it's not helping anyone. They're supposed to be the leaders, and the coaches got their responsibility because they didn't get the qualifications and the certifications and the experience to allow these players to develop and develop some kind of construct to allow us to have programs to move the country forward from a footballing perspective. And the football is a symptom of the larger society. It's basically broken. Unless we come together as a people, it's going to remain broken. So I'm going to stop preach and take myself back to work. Thanks.
All right, Cracky. Yeah, man. Thank you for calling in. All right, Diego and Sir Butler. Any response to that? Diego, go ahead, because you were listening in, and then Craig, you can take it on.
Cranky. 100% agree with Cranky. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, man, we're hearing you.
Okay, because, like I said before, I have the practical, right? I was a player. I wash the gears, I bring the water, assistant coach, own a team. And I know that the senior team, and I am talking about the senior team, you know, because you need money to run a program. FIFA gives you money for winning. So my philosophy, until this development come, the academy is there, and Craig get to convince the GSC World Boys and the KSC World Boys them and the judges to use them system. Until that happens, I am looking at the world as my inventory, and I'm going to pick the best 23 players that can represent Jamaica, no matter where them come from. The only difference what I'm going to do now is make sure I get them in where early as a squad. So then now I can work on, okay, who's committed? We can observe. Who's failing? So as we look at the Alvis Powell now, we say, all right, him is a joker. they could find the next right back. So we just need to bring them in early and the same thing Leon Bailey said. You just need to settle with a squad. It's not where they come from. When they don't come from Mars or Jupiter or Jamaica or Kingston or Toronto or New York. It's to settle with a squad early to get this $9 million when they get already in 98 and never been an academy. The JFF need an academy. When it can't depend on KC and GC old boys to accept 101 because high school is for them thing. The JC and KC old boys with $1 billion not here to develop Jamaica football. So you can't convince them to do something if they don't want to do it. We, the JFF, have to build their own academy, and it's very simple. In accounting, it's called the audit trail. You have to get the money. Money make the mayor run. So until we get this academy with the money and get this $9 million that they miss, I say select the best 23 players. The problem is you need them to possess the ball, go forward. And for you to have that money, man, as a footballer, you need to trust the man next to you. You need to know what he wants, how to make the run, as Craig said. Teach him that system. That is my issue.
Yeah, all right. All right. Thank you, Diego. Coach is there. Thanks for coming on. Craig jump off. Him having some issues here, so let him come back on and respond. But Coach is there. You're muted. What say you?
Yeah, man. Big up yourself, man. Well, I just log on.
Yeah,
so I don't really know what's the conversation about. I caught a little bit of what Cranky was saying. Big up, Diego.
Sorry, Diego. Go ahead. He wasn't here. Go ahead, Coach. You're shouting Diego because he was muted.
Yeah, man. I just bigging up Diego, you know.
Yeah, man. Big up yourself, Coach.
Yeah, man. In terms of the portion of what I've heard, what Cranky said. Some solid points he made there. I think Cranky is one of the most, I would say, bravest individuals to come out and say all these things. Some people want to say it, but you know, they kind of a bit tentative to say things like this. So big up to Cranky. We definitely want to see the football go forward. We do very poor when it comes on to crosses. And I did a video on that some time ago. It's like where the crosses team, and it looked like it had turned out to be the real crosses because so many things have been going against us. And we're just having a poor campaign, preparation. Everything that can go wrong is actually going wrong. You know what I mean? So definitely, we have to just wheel and come again.
So, Coach, I'm just ask you a question then since you're following it. Because I see the problem is like big, like, you know, when you have butter, and they say you see big like a roast breadfruit. All I see is two errors. One, Patapa was the wrong coach. And we didn't bring them in early enough so that they could have that understanding and the cohesion. Because the biggest problem I see, and some of my friends that move for the football see it, even the worst team in CONCACAF, El Salvador, I possess the ball. In African Nation Cup, the worst team, I possess the ball. We're not possessing the ball. And possessing football comes from what? Cohesiveness, understanding, trusting each other. And I think that is the problem. We should have picked the wrong coach and we should have bring in the players them earlier.
Yeah, man, I agree with you on the possession of the football. We have been having a real struggle with that. And I've been watching and observing, and I believe that one of the issues, you mentioned it, trusting each other. I don't think the players really trust each other, and that is really causing an issue where the possession of the ball is concerned. Plus, we're kicking the ball long, and it's like I don't even know what to say. We're just not doing what we're supposed to do, you know. So the thing said.
So this thing about English players and something that foolishly, something that nitpicking, because you just pick the best. When you have a team, you're running a team, Manning's man have a team. Him not care whether they come from Montreal or St. Thomas or Kingston or St. Catherine or Manchester, Mandeville, or which school them go. When the USA have picked the team, they don't care about whether the man come from Chicago, he was living in Germany, and come from California. That we will cranking this decisive thing about local against foreign make no sense. It should be just, are they good enough? Is the quality good enough? I don't understand this narrative about local football. And when you bring them in early now, the thing that Craig talk about now, the commitment, you're going to see it from early Manning's man. And you get rid of that one day. And when you realize that Alvis Powell can't defend for 10 minutes as a right back, you're going to see it early. So you can throw away.
All right.
I don't see it as pure football. I don't see the Jamaica against foreign thing. It's just the best footballers because you see that thing, you need money. So you have to play now at the youth level, at the development level, that's something different.
All right. So let's hear from Craig. You heard a lot of what Cranky said. We have a call online, but I'm going to let you respond because you have been holding a while, Craig, and then I'm going to take the call. Go ahead.
What did Cranky say?
No, he was talking about the whole idea of this sort of divisive situation between
Is me was referring to?
He was speaking in general, and I mean, in reference to you in particular, he was saying that a lot of what is being said, some of the narrative out there, persons like us, persons like you, are part of it just by, do you mean well? What you say sometimes comes across as very, divisive and seek not to build the program, but help to, that's basically it. Paraphrasing.
All right, let me just tell you something. I'm a heathen. I'm going to put it in words because you're a pastor, so I'm going to put it in words that you understand. I am not a Christian. I would like to be a Christian. I'm a sinner. Yeah? When Jesus came, they had an established way of doing things back in those days. And you had the Pharisees and the Sadducees, and Jesus was the one who went in and told them they were wrong. At the time, they said that he was a stirrer and a negative and don't want order to remain. But if you see wrong and you allow it to continue without saying or doing something about it, then it means that you're condoning such wrong. Yeah?
Yeah.
And Jesus said, he never come for make peace. He came to make war. He came to ensure that people changed the way they were doing things. You understand? Because he saw the promised land. He knows where his father bring him from and taking him back up too. I'm paraphrasing, but the point I'm trying to make is very simple. I can go and live in Europe, train with the club them, see how professional organizations run one myself, see how national teams run, know national team players at all different levels and coaches and the biggest players that people in the world of football, Rummenigge and all of them, and turn around and to my own country, keep my tongue silent when I say bullshit. I cannot. So if you want me to come and jump on the bandwagon and be one of those that keeps, oh, everything is right and what I'm saying is negative. No, I'm not saying one thing that is negative. I'm saying Tapa messed up. And if I wasn't on the show, I'd use a word that I want to use. Yeah? He got an opportunity to do the right thing, and he didn't. He got the opportunity to incorporate and build, and he chose not to.
Yeah.
He didn't have to incorporate with me. He had all those national team players that he played with. And another thing, people thought I heard him the last part talking about the 1998 World Cup, what they did before and what they did after and all of that. In the 1998 World Cup, there was a system that they set with the locally based players and the training. Then they brought in the foreign based players. and they adapted and played in that system. It wasn't just one whole hell of a man just run up and down without any form of organization. Rene Simmer, in case I don't know, I was the biggest sponsor of the 1998 World Cup campaign. I knew everything that went on with that campaign. I was the one who provided all the equipment down to the laptops and the computer program that Rene Simons used to show the players how he wanted them to play. And Rene had a system, believe it or not. So when you come and you say to me that I'm in a hurry come up person, I do this thing a long time. Yeah? And I don't see where my saying that we need a system and we need to incorporate a system is negative. It is what it is. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. Belgium put in a system, then develop the golden generation. Germany put in them system, them get a golden generation. Spain had their system, them put in with the tiki-taki. It worked for them because of their genetics. Holland came in and put in a system that totally destroyed the tiki-taki system. They went with total counter football. And they beat the Spanish national team 5-1 with having 25% possession. We are not incorporating a system that matches our genetics. Sometimes I wonder, man, that damn people that so stupid that them can't say that. Kicking long ball will not, it plays to the opposite player, the other team's hand. Now, what I'm saying is, I think Paul Hall is an affable guy. I've met him a couple of times. I knew him from the 98 campaign. I met him again recently. I probably don't realize they're the same man. Yeah? He seems like an affable guy. I don't think listen, I don't think Ricketts, I do not think Dalton Wint, I do not think Roy Simpson, especially Roy Simpson, I do not think they have a really bad intention. I don't think they want to destroy anything. I don't think you need to replace them. I just think you need to get a mindset where we say this is our country, this is one country, these are the things that need to get done. Okay, Craig, you go over there and see that. Tell me what you mean by it. This is how we mean. I'm not going and do it.
Yeah. So what Cranky, you have to call back or something, because I can't properly communicate all you were saying, but we have Cataract as joined the show. I'm going to let him come on. But we had a call online that I'm going to try to get Cataract, and then I'll have you come in and chime in. But
before you say anything else, Mannings, let me ask you a question. Right? Mannings?
Yeah, man. Go ahead.
Here's the question I want to ask you. When Chippy said that Tapa using all these people was going to destroy the country's football, and if we don't make it to the World Cup, is the administration fault? What was so wrong about what he said? Wasn't that in of itself, if you were to approach it from the perspective of that person that called in, would not have been a negative statement? The next question I want to ask you is, was it not true?
Well, in the end, I mean, based on what has happened now, it is easy to go back to that. But in the context that it was said, I think it was a lot to do with how the players and the whole negotiation. So I think
Leon did not negotiate. Leon don't take a dollar from JFF.
No, man. And I'm not talking about Leon negotiating. It was during the time when there were the wage negotiations.
The wage negotiations started after that. The wage negotiation started as a result of me going on sports box and saying you'd have no contract with Leon Bailey. You can't tell him what to say.
Right. So
and you can't have players coming to Jamaica over 10 hours flight and putting them in economy. The players must get what they need, and that was fine. What I'm saying is when Leon said it, he said it at the time when Tapa was just changing out whole heap of players.
Right. So I don't think what I'm saying though is that, remember, so my response to that is people didn't have a problem with what he said. I can't recall people in the general public kind of beating him for what he said. I think those who had a problem with the context in how it came out, and at the time that it came out. I think that was more the problem, because he was absolutely right. Administratively, at that time, a lot of things were wrong, and I think he made a valid point.
So
And
Jesus should have
right.
waited till the right time to make a whip of 9 cards and whip the money lenders out of the temple. He should have waited until they were in a good mood or something.
No, I think
And that you tell me?
No, I didn't tell you that Jesus needed to wait. But
No,
yeah,
if the
was
man has
Jesus'
said
time?
something wrong, and if you don't fix it, we not qualify. You should have just listened. Instead, Tapa continue to change out a million different man. And then you have some little man that come on the thing and with them speaking spooky words that talk about it's negative and we all have to work.
No, I don't, because that's why I want him to come back, because
let me come.
Because I don't think he was alluding to that. But let me let Ketara come on.
Like, no, man, Cranky was not criticizing the chopping and changing and the Gleon Bailey. What he was criticizing is that the narrative that's coming out of a lot of people and I hear it from the big people them, foreign born, as if it's a foreign born against local born. That's the narrative he's saying. He's saying,
oh, no, well, if that is the case,
that is what he was saying.
If that is what he's saying, then I don't have a problem with that, because I only got the last part. But what I'm saying is, whether you're born in a Jamaica or not, if you have Jamaican parentage, I wouldn't want to know that my little son in a Germany and him grew up in a Germany and born in Germany, and then he want to play for Jamaica and his parents are Jamaican, and we want to tell him so he's different from us. He's not different. He's the same. What I'm saying is that the coach needs to establish immediately. Say, yo, youth, you're Jamaican, you're part of it. You're going to work with the same way we treat everybody, the same way we're going to treat you. And what we expect from you is the same like everybody else. If you not put it up, I want style with, you need to go back where you come from. Because you don't love Jamaica. But if you come and you put in everything and show the love for Jamaica, we love you to youth. Come here. Because you're one away.
That's the narrative. That's the narrative you were saying, Craig. If Bobby Reed plays bad, then the radio stations and the people them say, we don't want them foreigner here. So let them take one bad player, and you can have a local player who's a bad player.
Bobby Reed or any player from across the waters is not the problem.
Thank you.
It is how you sensitize these players, how you incorporate, how you treat them. Do you treat them differently than the local players that you have? You give them more respect? Do you make them feel that this is their home? Do you make them know that this is what you expect of them? I can tell you that a lot of us are foreign-minded. So when we see a player, we don't necessarily give him the same treatment what you get next man. And it's important because even that same player, if you don't treat him the same, he won't respect you. And if your players don't respect you, they won't play for you. And half of football is heart.
That's why we agree that Tapa is to be blamed. Tapa must take the majority of the blame.
Yeah, but hold on. Tapa is to be blamed, but who allowed Tapa to do what he do? There's no system inside of the national team that says, listen, this is how we're going to operate. This is how the national coach must work. And this is what his support base is going to be around him. These are his parameters. And that's it.
All right.
You know, Tapa like to talk. He used to like to talk about them giving basket to carry water. Yeah? But that is not the actual facts. The facts is that he needed to have given them. They need to have given him more people to help him carry the water. Because he had a whole river to carry. And it's like a basket he want to carry and put everything in it.
Yeah.
But Craig, hold on. You said Tapa don't listen, so it wouldn't matter again.
Hold on, let me say two things, Diego. And then Cranky, you come in, and then once I want you to remember this, Craig, right? And then because Cranky is going to come in, right? So remember this. And the screen is blank, but remember this. They are saying that it is you who gave him the idea of the $10 million contract, let him stay on the job. So I'm going to let Crank Cataract speak, and then you can respond to that. All right? Go ahead, Cataract. You're muted. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, man. Afternoon, people. Afternoon to the host. Legend, Diego God, big up yourself. Coach, it's a Butler cut down.
No, man, he's still here, man. Him just turn off him video.
I'm a hurt man this morning, you understand? I love the Reggae Boys. I love football. I love it more than anything. It's not one symptom or one.
I can't hear anything.
It's not one symptom or one cause.
You're not hearing?
Yeah, you hear me?
Oh,
it's not.
we are hearing you. Go ahead. Sorry.
It's not one symptom or one cause why we are where we are today. And today, we are now depending on other people to fail for us to qualify. The seeds of this thing were sown long ago. And I hope you have enough time in your program, and there'll be other programs, but we can just be real about it. Because you see, when you fake and lie to yourself, you get this, And you can't hide from it. There's I love music, I'm going to tell you, there's a song that says, they try to run away. The wicked try to run away from them judgment day. You can't run from your judgment day. Judgment will come. So this failure has many fathers and many mothers. You understand? I'm in the thing, and last night, I watched the game. It was an away game. First and foremost, come here talk some serious thing. I don't know why Cataract was not in Panama, because I am begging everyone. Now I pan everyone, my airfare then I'm a pocket in a US dollar, come intend to go down there and cheer on my team. Because if them I go down with the ship. And I know nobody from JFF can tell me how much to pay for go up on the charter. We will sleep on the road, me telling me we sleep out at the stadium just for cheer my team. And me know seat up on the charter. Each time I go in away, I ask the same question. So I hurt because my team go down and me never did there for fight for them and with them. Because we are serious fans. I'm not a coach, I'm not a scout, I'm just a die-hearted ultra fan to the end. And my dream end. Big up the man them where have them other team, the German, them, the Brazilian, them and the Argentinian, them, and when November come, them about them little flag. Yeah, me can't have that. Me can't have no joy. Because my team is not going to be there. And my team should be there. So I hope that you are open enough to allow whatever time left on the panel we talk some real truth. And even who have, is not a bias, but who has a conflict of interest, we declare those conflict of interest and we talk the truth and plain facts. Many mistakes were made, man. Many mistakes along the way. The warning sign them better all along the way. If we start on the pitch, how much times we're going to hear Cross come in the box, fail to deal with it. Against Costa Rica, Brian Ruiz, it was a midget. Brian Ruiz is a midget. Out jump and score. Day in, day out. How many times we hear a match play and Jamaica don't put one successful cross into a box? But that happened. We don't deal with it. Coach, Minzy, Mannings, everything about personality, but I'm not real youth, Whole heap of people now gonna like me, I'm gonna play my sound, I'm gonna own money, I'm gonna do my own thing. I'm no response for no guy. Right? Let us look at this. From I start coming this YouTube thing in April. in March, actually. I have been hearing and other people been saying Jamaica have a right back problem and we have a CDM problem. And today, I don't know the date, 31st. I mean, I not beard, I not sleep, I don't do nothing. I just there so depressed like a madman. On the 30th of January, Jamaica had a right back problem. Sir Diego, this is not about man born in England. Come and tell a man, sir, I rate Tyreek Jimenez from JC and Harborview. I rate him to bring me to the 2026. So I rate local born players if you're good. If you got what it takes, because the world is an unforgiving place. You understand? I play music. I play all kind of music. When a man book me to go play in Australia, you think me can go come play foolishness and tell the man they are over 1 million DJ in the world. So if you're not, I just move by the principle. If you're not world class, there's no class. And the world don't have a space for you if you're not world class. Because man, they are India, man, they are China, man, they are Belgium, man, they are Brazil, man, they are Cuba, willing to take that space if you are not willing to be the best at what you can do. So I would like us to discuss how we end up with a right back problem when in April, I think I came on your program for the first time, coach, in April, and you asked me a question. I said you were at 25 right backs who are eligible, and you can't call 25 man, who are eligible to represent Jamaica playing between the Premier League and the Championship. 25. You have 8 right backs who are starters in the Premier League who are eligible to represent Jamaica. You have 2 who are born Jamaicans who don't need no citizenship, no nothing. Just call them and them come. And we still end up with a right back problem. Because consequential to all of this, and I let other people come in. When I study management, I'm going to tell you, if we all don't have the same vision and we all don't have the same goal, then we're not going to the same place. And everybody in football never have the same vision of qualifying for World Cup 2022. I was on this platform. No, management and I were on coach this platform. When a senior official said, they answered a question and say they would rather not qualify for the World Cup and having a local player get a contract overseas. And that told me that we're on 2 different pathways. See me, I'm going to end and say it, and we have a reason coming out dominating. I just want to see Jamaica win a World Cup before I'm dead. I'm 49 now. So that's all I want. I don't want nothing else. Diego, if Jamaica can have the fastest man and fastest woman in the world at the same time, why can't we have the best football team in the world? There is no excuse. If bobsled can go back to Olympics 20 years after, why my national team can't go back to the World Cup? That's all right. These are what.
Yeah, man. And so hold on, Cataract. Yeah, man. So you can. All right, go ahead quickly, Diego, and then Mr. Butler. Hold on, you're still there. Cranky, the same person who made the call, he's going to call back because he wants to ask you a couple of questions. So just hold on a little bit because I know you're here longer. I think he's calling. So Diego, you want to go ahead or you want me to take?
Cataract identify another problem with the coach. That means Cataract is saying there are better right backs out there and he's not selecting them. So the coach again is at fault.
All right. So hold on. Cranky's back, Mr. Butler. So I want you to listen to him because
No, it's not Cranky, it's Mr. Speaky Spokey. I'm on. So I'm not gonna speak his spoke. Because it look like so boy, if you talk a certain way, it's held as a detriment versus a positive. I'm not try to speak his spoke because I'm talk regular. And me talk patois, when I'm in a public forum, I speak a little bit differently. And I'm very comfortable in my own skin.
Talk
this morning, he's preaching unity preaching togetherness, preaching for the way we should operate as one people, because football is an element or a symptom of a larger issue for those who are of a different persuasion. And if we can't see that, then we're challenged, effectively challenged.
I thought you were going
So
to talk patois.
Wait, no, can we keep going back and forth? But I said, well, Leon is what was he wrong to say what he says? I never mentioned Leon, but let me just say this about that, which is being right sometime in life doesn't make you effective. Let me repeat that. Being right doesn't make you effective. And it's rare when you see players come out and talk about administration or coaching in a public domain, especially young players. And it means that you suggest that you're bigger than the program, so you have the autonomy to go on and say what you say. And for Butler, so let's address Butler, which is, yes, he's accomplished a lot in his career, and he should be lauded for it. But that doesn't give you the right or the ability to say whatever you were saying in the forum. When you're supposed to be a leader, try to ensure that you are leading and you're acting in a leadership capacity and you're trying to help and promote. And he mentioned a while ago about some JFF members are trying to do their best and probably should be assisted. No, they should be replaced because they're incompetent. And I've said this. I don't tie my mind about something, but you know what? I'm a fan. I can say that. If you're in certain positions in life, whether it's in a company or in other disciplines, you have to manage what you say and how you say it. It's just innate to the role that you play. I would never make some of these comments in my company about my CEO or about my staff. I would manage what I say. You have to understand where we are in life and understand how we communicate and how we engage and the implications of our words and our deeds. So let me say this, which is, as I say, I'm promoting cohesiveness, I'm promoting togetherness, I'm promoting a forward-looking view as to how we can help each other and help the program to be successful. So my question to Butler is this. And he mentioned what he has done with Simones, and he has mentioned what he has done in general for his own situation, but what has he done to help inform, change the current system where we have, where people are elected for life, and those individuals who are in those electable positions have not produced the goods, and therefore, if it's a performance-based construct and system, why aren't they be replaced? And why isn't he working behind the scenes, not necessarily overtly, to get them replaced so we can have a better administration in place to assist the program, bring the program forward?
All right, Craig, you want to respond to that question? Oh, you're muted. Let me
Speak patois so I can understand. I don't understand speaking spoken well.
come on, I hear you clearly. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
First of all, I don't believe that. I do not adopt the same.
Hold on, Craig. Cranky. Yeah, mute the call and then listen. I'm from a next device. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead, Mr. Butler.
I don't necessarily adopt the same philosophy that Cranky alluded to when he spoke of being in a certain position, so you have to speak a certain way, or being in an organization, so you cannot speak about the CEO and referring to Leon in that same statement. Being in the position,
I think we have lost connection.
Gives you the ability in the position. Hello?
Yeah, so being in the position.
Yeah, allows you the ability to speak out. What Leon was a voice crying in the wind. Yeah? The John the Baptist saying, this is what is coming, and if you don't fix it, it's going to be a problem. What he turned out to say was prophecy.
I think what he's saying, though, Craig, is what you have been, he's talking about when you speak.
No. He said what Leon said. When you're in the capacity of a player in the organization, you can't be questioning the way that the organization does things.
It's both. It's both.
Of course you can.
All right, he said
Yeah.
it's both. It's both you and Leon. He said
Of
it's
course
you and
you
Leon.
can. In fact, you have a responsibility. He stated that you think the reason you're saying it is because you think you're bigger than everybody else, why you can say it. Yeah? The fact that when you're in a position of authority, or when God has given you a certain success, he also gives you that for a reason, for you to be a voice for change. Yeah? So what Leon said was, I have 100% support for him because of it. And if they had listened, we would be going to the World Cup today. Because we're not going to the World Cup because we have lack of quality of players. Mikel Antonio is one of the top forwards in the Prem. Leon is one of the top wingers. Shamar Nicholson just got transferred to Spartak. It's not because we have lack of quality. What Leon said was true. Now, I am in a position of leadership, and I'm in a position to influence people. Am I going to accept what is mediocrity at best? Or am I going to say, no, this is not how it should be? This is my experience. This is what I have seen. This is what I've experienced, where I've been, what I've accomplished. Okay, fine. But on a national level, let me finish, and then I'm going to leave you. On a national level, I have done more for the youths of this country in terms of training, development, opportunity, presentation, marketing, and support than 99% of the people of this country. Yeah? So, I believe that it's also my responsibility to speak out when something is wrong. And it's my responsibility to also say what needs to be fixed and how it should be fixed, because I've had the experience to see it.
We hired a nature show host.
Yeah? So, where it is, where, I can speak well if I need to speak well. I'm educated. But I choose to speak Patois because I believe that this is my language.
Okay, Mr. Butler, Cranky has something to say, and then because he's at work, so let him just, and then you can wrap up. Go ahead, Cranky.
Sometime in life, Manningsman, it's not what you say, it's how you say it. And secondly, in any situation, here's the thing, Manningsman. Do you want to deal with somebody who's confrontation or one who's more amicable? One you can digest and listen to, or one is just going to make you perturbed and don't even want to engage with them? And that's what we as a people struggle with, especially as Jamaicans, which is when we beat our chests and when we're the strong man, we're more effective. And that's so contrary to actuality is what I call it, which is a lot of times when you're confrontational, I don't want to engage with you. I want to be far away from you. If I can dialogue with you, if I can disagree, but agree to disagree, if I can engage with you, I get much more of the situation, much more out of the engagement, and much more into the actually getting what I want versus the opposite, which is no engagement at all. So I struggle with that way of how we operate, how we engage, how we believe that we're being effective in what we say. I think about how we say. You know what is management and corporate environment what we do? We do both in evaluation in what we do. It is the what and the how. So it's not how you, or based on just what you accomplished, it's how did you get there? And this whole concept, which you know what? I'm gonna beat my chest because I'm me, why I can't do X, Y, Z, versus thinking, you know what? If we collaborate, if we engage, if I think about the person when I engage with them, if I make it a win-win situation, I'm more effective. I must admit, I learned that later on in life because I had that same mindset of those who believe that, you know what, if I'm right, me always effective, and realize in life that being right, as I always say, does not make you effective. So, me don't preach.
All right. All right. Thanks, Cranky. All right.
I think Cranky need to go and buy a Patois manual. But anyway, let me speak.
Diego had his hand up. Let Craig
let
and
me
then.
just finish. I forgot.
Okay.
Listen.
You have to run?
Yeah, I'm have to run, Diego. I have training. The truth of it is, right?
Which training? Mona High?
Phoenix.
Is who that? How are you, man? How are you? Let me look good at you.
Look, I see a
What
cataract,
you
man.
mean?
Wow.
Cataract, go. Brother,
That's a little bit.
brother,
Yeah.
Phoenix can never die. Understand that. Phoenix don't
No,
stop
but
trade.
that's no, man. That's a trouble. That's a trouble. But
You
I
understand?
seriously want to ask you a
No,
question.
Frank, I
This
don't
is
want
a
to
short question.
digress on the thing. He was just giving trouble, man. Go ahead. Get back to what Frankie was saying, and then I know
Listen,
you have to run, and then you run, and then Diego come in.
Listen. I am not here to become the national coach or the president of the JFF. I have no interest in it. You understand that? Get it first. I am not here to engage and disengage and engage or friend up people or smile or beat my chest or nothing like that. I am what I am, and I am who I am. I don't need to speak his spoke and friend it up or pretty it up. Because in case him don't understand, Mr. Cranky, I have taught business at a corporate level to companies like Scotiabank and BNS and NCB and the whole of them. I choose to be how I am now. And I choose to be because I've seen the light. I have removed red tape from my life. I've removed politics and diplomacy. I've removed tact. I have no interest in those things. I say what is. Whether they like it or not, that's your problem. But it's not going to pretty up. It is what it is. And until we stop, this is the biggest problem with JFF and football and everybody. In fact, the whole country. We continue to curry favor and smile up and try to be decent to everybody in a nice, pretty way, rather than just say what is. If you don't like me, I don't like you. If you want to address something to me, Cranky, address it to me. Don't say we need to this and it's not how we say. Say, Craig Butler, I like how you talk to people. Say that. Because that's how I'm going to talk to you. Direct. And the greatest and most successful people in this world have all been direct. I'm sure they didn't like how Martin Luther King speak. I'm sure they didn't like Malcolm X, but exactly the change that was needed. I'm sure they didn't like the slave rebellions with Paul Bogle and all of them Monday. But it made change. Some people died, but it made the change that was needed. There's still more change to be needed, to be had. If you look at the US and the whole racial profiling and all of that, there's still much more change. And people need to stop smiling and talking about how nicely we should do it. Say it as it is. Me not like the hypocrisy or the diplomacy or the crap. I like people that talk straight. It's when I tell you something, if I look at and tell you, say, I'm going to kill you, you better buy a coffee, come, I'm going to do it. If I tell you, I'm going to take you on tour, and I take you to Spain, by the hook or the crook where I'm going. If I look at that, I have gone to Belgium, to Genk, and they said to me, leave your two sons here and we because they can't deport kids. Leave them here and we'll give you money. Go away and leave them here and we'll make a foster family raise them. Absolutely not. Never. Because my principles are more important to me than the way that we present it in words. I don't need to engage. When do Eagles engage Budgegars? When do Phoenix engage? Grasp it.
So, Mr. Butler, I'd like to interrupt your soliloquy and ask you, since you are shooting straight and we're looking for solutions, what are you going to do personally to address the issue that Leon Bailey, who's a highly talented footballer, has not been able to translate his club form when he puts on a Jamaican jersey, and has his performances for the Jamaican national team have been less than underwhelming in some instances? And he is to be a critical part of 2026 and any project going forward. So what are you going to do to address that?
I had this conversation at the beach with Damian Lowe and Watson Aka. We're out on Maiden Key this weekend and we're discussing it. And this is I'm going to share the conversation with you. Damian, the difference between you guys in the national team and how Leon performs in the national team versus how he performs in club is that there's a system in place that understands how to transition from defense into offense in a timely manner without playing long ball. The side back thing only allows the opponent to mark Leon, double team and triple team him, in case you don't know. He will elude the first tackle, but the way that he receives the ball from the Jamaican players without a system is totally different from how he receives the ball in Aston Villa or Leverkusen or Genk, who have systems. Damian's response is true because the side back thing, and me always I try to find him. But Damian, you trying to find him from deep only gives the opponent the opportunity to sit back, because me as a central defender, Damian, if you kick the ball long to Pele, I'm going to be grateful for the opportunity to back off, run and intercept it in the air. And Leon is not the biggest person on the planet. Coach, you're right. We really need a system in place. I agree, Damian. What we need to do is to put a proper system in place where everybody understands where they should go, what they should do. Now, what am I doing? I've given Jamaica this Walker Cup season, Manning Cup season, an opportunity to see what that system should be. I, who am a man who abhors schoolboy football, I do not like it. And I've never said that I like it, because I don't believe that it's based on development. The focus is not development. The focus is winning. And as such, we have recruitment.
That is true.
Yeah. So I don't like it. So people have shouted to me, Mr. Butler, why are your players doing push-ups in the middle of a Manning Cup game? You're going to do psychological damage. I said, I'm not doing any psychological damage because we don't take this as anything other than a training game. It's an opportunity to practice what I'm teaching them. So if they don't do it right, then do some push-up and then build them chest. So I have taken Mona High School against Katie, who beat JC 1-0, who went to the Manning Cup final, and dropped 5-0 by 60 minutes. And for corners, stopped even using my normal players. I said I'm a goalkeeper to go to headers. And I have my 2 13-year-olds practicing skill sets. But because there's a system in place, the size of the player has nothing to do with the role that he needs to execute when he's an attacking midfielder. So if Leon Bailey was playing in Mona team as a little baby 13-year-old, he could do what Sean Layton and Tyree Muirhead was doing. And dominating because him just executing his role. And everybody knew what the role was.
Hold on 1 sec, Craig. I know, because I don't want to move it, because Diego has had his hand up, wanted to say something, and then, so I want Diego to go ahead, and then CD, and then Cranky, I don't know how this
more chat from Cranky, I'm gone. Back and forth.
We just have 2 questions, one for Cranky and one for Manning's man. If Cranky is listening, can you never get his argument?
Yeah.
No. How did Leon Bailey harm Jamaica football? I don't get his argument. So I hope he can answer that. What harm came from him making a statement that was true? So I would love for him to come back and answer that. Why would he have a problem with it?
Okay.
Second,
I don't think he had a problem with the statement. I think he has been consistent in saying the way that it was communicated.
So how does it doesn't matter the way though? How does it harm the football?
allow me to finish. He was, I think I have heard him previously said that, and I at one time worked in a company, that you exhaust the internal mechanisms first.
Cataract, you have to answer the question.
Whether it was that he addressed those issues internally rather than in the media.
Listen to me, Cataract. My question to him, if you're going to answer for him. All right, him not talking to him father, so him want him talking team way. How did it harm the football or the football we are talking about? How it harm football? That is the question.
Let me let Cranky answer. Cranky. All right, Cranky, Diego is asking.
So
go ahead.
There are people in life who are amicable to listening, or amicable to compromise, or amicable to engaging. There are some who are not. For those who are not, you leave them alone to their own device to do their own thing. So when you beat your chest and go like you're a bad man and tell me no to talk papa, but mind yourself, my youth. I can dark like you, but I choose not to be dark, man. I choose.
You don't answer the question, man.
Diego, hold on, Diego.
You know, management, listen. No, you listen. I'm not afraid of people that bother with the nonsense that you beat your chest. But we choose to be professional.
Cranky out.
Or doing management. Because we've moved away from that. So Diego, here's my thing from you, Diego. Hear me, Diego. What I was saying was this: when you're a player, Diego, and you usurp our authority, and you act like you're bigger than the team, then it's disparaging, it's belittling to the people who are running the administration and people in the coaching, even to your coach in the coaching capacity. It means, you know what, they're bigger than the program. As a young player, and by the way, for those who don't know, I was in Orlando and I watched him play up close and personal. It had nothing to do with a system of play. And Cataract, I'm ashamed of you for not calling this out. It had nothing to do with a system of play. So this whole concept about system of play preclude me from demonstrating my ability, my competence, how I play on the field. Don't believe that baloney that you all are hearing, because it makes no darn sense.
Well, this man now make no sense. If that's a question, we'll move on to Craig though. This man now make no sense.
Hold on. Let him finish, Diego. Let him finish.
No, I'm going back to work and I'm done. Let me finish.
Well, Craig, you're muted. You're muted, Mr. Butler. You're muted. You're muted. Mr. Butler, you're muted. Cranky. You're mute. Mr. Butler, you're muted. So go ahead, Cranky. Go ahead, no man. Go ahead and make your point.
Man, as I said before, I know when to acquiesce. Yeah. I know when to take a step back. I know when to figure out, you know what, when something won't work. So when you have your principles, and that's why Jamaica is making so much progress in life, and our people are working really well together, they're coordinated, there is no crime, we're cohesive, we're such a wonderful society that we have, and we should love it. And all those are thinking about we can change the country. Maybe you're barking up the wrong tree, because we're going to stick to our principles, our confrontational attitude, our way of operating, because it works for us. So, you know what, man, I'm going to probably exclude myself from some of these forums, because I must admit, I have grown as a person. I have moved beyond those things. And I will leave those who think they're effective in their role, because they can beat them chest, because they're big fish in a small pond, to operate how they have done. I'm going back to work. I'm done. All
right.
You don't answer my question.
All right. Craig, all right, hold on. Diego, well, he's not going to answer. Diego, but listen, remember, he was actually speaking to a point.
No, my question I asked. Up to your management. I made a specific question.
What is the question?
The question was simple.
I get the answer.
What when Leon Bailey said, if we continue chopping and changing it, what harm did he commit in the football when his words become prophetic? But he might answer my question and not talk to himself.
No. Hold on, gentlemen. Let me just
the man they love hearing themselves talk, brother.
Simple, Craig. You know, so the man want to hear himself talk like him a preach to choir.
The man they love hearing themselves talk. I'm going to beat up my chest. Because guess what? Hear what I said to you now. Respectfully. Is the people like that?
Hold on, Craig, hold on. You know, so we shouldn't have got the road to do. We know we love the football, you know. But we can't curse each other and go at each other.
No. Hold on, Cataract. Let me say something. I want you to understand this. This is one of the things. Let me say this, please. Just to hear where I'm coming from. This is one of the things that have always offended me and it drive me nuts when it come on to Jamaicans and football and those things. You have these people that believe that because you speak your mind or you speak what is the truth, you're not allowed to do so. You must speak it eloquently and come with hypocrisy. No. Leon was on a show with his friends, right? With a friend, and they were just shooting the breeze. A little live thing. And said, boy, if the man them make it a World Cup, you know, a JFF fault. Yeah? Because them make cut too much change and all of them things. Now, Leon has a manager, and that manager speaks effectively for him at the right time, negotiates well for him, and gets what he needs to get done. When I'm in another capacity, like I am now, and what I am doing now, is simply showing you how to do it. If you don't want to listen, don't listen. And saying how it should be done. And call you on it whenever you fail doing it your way.
Money's man.
Yeah?
Leon,
No, unless we've called, hold on. Diego, you see, unless we call out the man and pan the thing when them wrong, there'll be never be any change.
Simple.
Never.
Manning's man.
I'm going to respond.
All that Manning's man. All the man is doing as a big man. He have a right to express his opinion as a professional. I see it in the NBA, the NFL, the Major League Baseball all the time. Who is this man? I'm going to tell him how to talk.
All right.
And then, management.
All right. So hold on. No, I'm going to respond, Craig. Because I need to respond.
Hold on. You know what the hurtful thing about this?
No.
Do you know that when you're talking about Leon was in
Orlando.
With him?
Orlando.
Do you know that Leon was injured? Do you know that Leon was playing with a hamstring injury?
All right, so that's why.
Hold on. How can you talk about not being biased and whatever they might talk? And
yeah,
in
but
one sense.
Why was he playing?
No, listen.
Once you're on the field,
you're not supposed to play
if they get hurt, right? Listen, I have been hurt many, many times and I try work through it. Because sometimes you get a cramp and you try work through it. But what my point that I'm making is, he was trying to say that you should shut your mouth because it's not because of the system in playing.
No.
You and him see him play.
Shut up and dribble. Shut up and dribble. Yeah. That's what I tell Leon.
No, all right.
No.
My position, is that if the player was playing for his club team and he's playing and dominates, and when he plays for Jamaica, he's not doing well. It cannot be that is the player is the issue. Because we cannot question Leon Bailey's commitment to Jamaica ever.
No, nobody's questioning commitment, Mr. Bailey.
And we cannot question his ability ever.
Mr. Butler. Mr. Butler, that's incorrect.
All right.
You have, let me just answer, man.
All right, go ahead.
You have many players. Many. I returned to Jamaica in 1996, but I remember Jim Dandy, Michael Graham from Reno, who was a goal-scoring machine in the Premier League, our top league, and couldn't do anything of worth in the national program. But there are many players. Steve Bull from Wolverhampton. I was in England at the time, and everybody I called for Steve Bull to come play for England. And when him go up there, he can. Many players can do the business for the club, but cannot translate it to the national team. I really want to challenge you because let me tell you something. When we're close to people, I am one man in this campaign. When everybody knows Anthony Granta family. And when he played badly in Central America, I think it was the El Salvador game. I tell him about his mother. I tell him about our part and the mother of a family. I tell him about some disgraceful thing. Because sometimes you have to tell a man the truth. Because sometimes the truth hurt. Mr. Butler, I don't know about systems of play. Because them say on here, so me a rare man. I don't really have no sense. You understand? But I am not questioning or understand them something. I pay my money, I'm going to match, I'm watch a match. I drink some rum, I eat some KFC, my friend them smoke them weed, we look some girl, and we go home feel good. Well, most time I go home feel depressed because the result is bad. No. What I am asking about Leon, I am saying that when I have seen Leon in national colors, he has been ineffective. Now, I don't know that's a system, or if you're saying that he can only play well when surrounded by the best that money can buy, because there are other players who carry a team on their back. But I just asked a question. I was asking for your assessment.
All right.
For me,
All
when
right,
Leon Bailey put on,
let me respond to you.
Just 1 30 seconds.
I need to say something.
When Leon Bailey puts on a Jamaica jersey, why can't he cross a football properly? That don't have to do with the system of playing. He's out wide. I have seen him deliver pinpoint cross to Ali Watkins the week before. And then he come put on the jersey for Jamaica and couldn't give Mikel Antonio a pinpoint cross that I just saw him do, not even a week, days before. So that's the question I have regarding Leon. And I'm not,
Can I ask
would
you a
never
question?
question his commitment.
Can I ask you a
Never
question?
would I question his commitment.
All right,
Yes,
let
sir.
me
No
respond
problem.
to you with a question. Is that the same game that you're talking about that Damian Lowe scored the goal that was withdrawn?
No, man. Leon didn't play against USA.
He's talking the Gold Cup, one and World Cup qualifier and Gold Cup.
No, I'm talking the World Cup qualifier. The first round of the World Cup qualifier. He played a. He made a.
Let me ask you a question. The goal that Damian scored, the header. Who was the person who crossed the ball?
The header?
In what? In the USA game out here?
Yes.
Leon Bailey scored the header.
Which one?
Leon
Against United? The
Leon
last match
Bailey
against
crossed
United
the ball.
States?
So you talk about the man now cross.
No, I'm asking. Hold on, I'm asking a question.
What?
Against the United States?
The goal that was withdrawn, that Damian Lowe jumped up and head and scored.
Yeah, Leon Bailey crossed the ball.
Who crossed the ball?
Leon Bailey.
And Leon Bailey would have played how many games this year?
Brethren,
I am talking. Hold on, and I'm asking a specific thing. Craig, we can reason as everyone a big man here.
Hold on. All right. Let me say something because I don't want to get into the nitpicking. Let me go.
Hold on. Let me explain.
I have to say this because I've tried to say this for a while. All right. I think when Cranky spoke, and I think part of the issue we're having is a dialogue of football. No, man, not Cataract, Cranky. When Cranky,
no, but I said we're going back to Cranky and we moved on.
Man.
We're done with Cranky. That's the Cranky already.
Mannings, you're going to take the conversation back somewhere.
We don't want to talk about Cranky again. We see where Cranky come from. Make him stay there. Right? Make him stay where him there.
But we're not here, Mannings. We're not here, Mannings.
Wi-Fi gone, man. Your Wi-Fi gone.
You're not hearing me? You're not hearing me?
We're hearing it now.
I hear you now, man.
Don't step back the conversation.
Hold on. So,
but Craig, hold on.
I'm making a point. I have to make a point, right? Because it is the same issue. Part of the issue we keep having is when it comes on to how we speak and what we say, it goes both ways, right? So when we come out strong and other people come out strong, we must hold the same perspective. Going back to Cranky, what Cranky said had to do with not that Leon don't have an opinion. He has an opinion. But here's what happened. What he was saying is simply this. In the context and how it was, when it was said, that caused issues. It had nothing to do with the present World Cup campaign, though what he said has happened. So let's watch this. So, would he say the same thing? Aston Villa is in the bottom half of the top, probably around 8, 9, 10, 11, somewhere down there. Would he say the same thing that if Aston Villa don't finish in the top 6, would he publicly say if Aston Villa don't finish in the top 6, it is the board's fault? Would he say that? And that is a question. Because he's professional enough to know that he wouldn't say that in a setting that would go back to the board. So I think the point Cranky was making is that sometimes you have to know you can't say everything every time. There is a little bit of diplomacy in all that we do. All of us displayed. I
But
think that's the
Manins,
point he was making.
I just want to ask
Man,
you
is go and make 2 points.
why we
Hold
take the
on, the Qatar.
conversation go back there, so.
Qatar, hold on.
We
there.
did not come deal with that.
Okay,
But,
go
but
ahead.
me got
No
a
disrespect. No disrespect. I asked Mr. Butler a question. He
But he's
began
going
to
to answer
answer the
Qatar. He's going to
he
answer more
began to
questions.
answer the question, and then we
Qatar.
gone back to the cranky speak part and also
Qatar.
diplomacy.
I am
So,
going to let him answer the question, but let Watchman just speak.
Hold on, before him answer, more add 2 points to it.
Yo, you think so? My memory that good? I can't remember so much question. Let me answer first.
Yeah.
And then I'll ask everything I want to ask. Let me answer.
Manins, your thing has a whole lot of static, brother.
It's not me.
Right, listen. My answer to you, Mannings man, is this. I manage a player. Don't it? Yes, I raise the player. Here's the issue. GFF was treated at the time to exactly what they deserved at the time. Here's why. You do not have an agreement and a contractual obligation between yourself and your players about what is acceptable, what is not acceptable, what you're going to do, and what they're going to do. So at the time when Leon Bailey spoke, there was no contract in place between them and the JFF. I had been advocating for years that they need to have a contract so the kids know what they're supposed to accept, how they're supposed to behave, what they're going to receive, and what they're going to be paid. You cannot speak, that a man cannot speak about his employer in a certain way when the man is actually not employed. You understand? Now, if Leon has signed contracts with Genk, with Aston Villa, and with Leverkusen, and I've read every single one of those contracts, and we have agreed to the terms and conditions within those contracts. One of them is, we have to be careful what we are saying. Yeah? JFF had no such contract when they should have. And as a result, they treated the players any way they feel like treat them. Throw them in a plane for travel 11, 12 hours because they want the cheapest way around. Book a man that come from Germany to France to Turkey to Washington to come back because the plane ticket is going to be $200 less. At that time, they were not operating responsibly to the players. So that player was under no obligation to not speak his mind because he had no agreement. With Aston Villa, of course they have agreements, and he would never do that.
Okay,
you understand?
All right, go to Qatar question then.
Now, what I will say to Leon off the air is probably different from what I would say in his defense as his manager. Yeah? And I'm sure many young players learn their lessons in terms of certain things. But the JFF's Dalton Wint approach, which is he's going to sanction who? You can't sanction nobody and have an agreement with nobody for the sanction. You understand? Today, it's a different situation. There's an agreement in place, and everybody knows what they're supposed to accept and what they can give and what they should do. Players and vice versa.
All right, just jump to Cataract question because I know you say you don't have a good memory, so deal with respond to Cataract now. See, look like you're still here, sir, but we're not hearing you. So I want you to respond to Cataract if you're listening. We're not hearing you, Mr. You're speaking, but we're not hearing you. Yeah, you're speaking, but we're not hearing you. So I'm going to let him answer your question, Cataract, when he comes back on. Yeah, so Diego, basically what Mr. Butler is saying, at that point he was free to say whatever he wanted to say because there was he was not under any obligation, any contract or
Yeah,
anything.
man, excellent clear up. I get your understanding now. Yes. Yes, I see the difference. Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
I'm coming back.
Yeah, man.
So you get what I was saying, though, guys?
Yeah, man, we get that. So let's deal with
All right,
Cataract because we
moving on.
clearly established that. Cataract now.
Cataract, you have to remind me because I have an administrative assistant that actually remember things for me because my brain not so good again. I get old. I may have whole heap of my head. What was the question? In a nutshell, just remind me.
You need to get rid of some of the ladies so you have less on your head. Yeah.
No, I have a very beautiful lady. I have a very beautiful lady, and she's a top man. Shall deal with you? Eh? Go on.
Craig, you still a going dangerous, Craig. We don't think you give retire, man.
No, man. I take it easier now. I'm cool.
No,
I think that to my father.
There you go. What are Mannings, man? You want to know the history of this man, Father Martin, my butler with the ladies? The man in the normal.
Leave them thing that to them, man, brother. But plus, Mr. Public nowadays, we can't hide under nothing. So
yeah.
You don't want Shelly beat me, so I just easy me look yourself.
Yeah, man.
That is always a good thing. I was asking about
Martin,
the crossing.
Martin, Frank Sinatra of New York, man. Martin, my butler, the people's heritage, man.
I was asking about the crossing issue because effective crossing has been an issue for Jamaica. Leon was supposed to be. We thought Leon was going to be the solution or part of.
All right, let me answer the question, right? But Virgin, you have to be open to listen to, right? You have to be open to understanding what I'm saying, right? Because it's very difficult for a man here systems. Some people it just go over them head. Them don't really want to hear. Them just want to hear same get a good crossing. All right. Suppose you have a system, right? And within that system, when Leon is going to cross, Mikel must make sure him up on the front post and the attacking midfielder going at the penalty spot. And for example, the number 8 going at the back post, just to say that. And the other winger stays extremely wide. So that was the system. It's when Chippy go and cross, he's crossing knowing that this is where they're going to be. Yeah? So he can say, okay, put this one at the near post, put that one in. Because you don't really have time to look when you're playing on the wing. You know? You don't have, by the time you look, you lose the opportunity. No. And especially at the pace of the game is being played now. What if you don't have a system? You don't know if Mikel will run back post, near post, front post, or he never run at all. And you don't have much time to cross the ball. When you cross, inadvertently, many of them will flop. Because the defender will head it out. The difference with the professional teams on a cross, for example, is that they're already in a blackboard and plan it out on the thing, who are going to run where, and how am I going to cross it, how am I going to get the ball, how am I going to receive the ball. You understand? You know, man, I'm talking to Chippy one match and said, Chippy, stay beef. I can't stay wide because the man them don't understand, so them for give me a wide on the line early. I have to go look. I'm saying, what you expect if you're not on a system?
Mannings, you're muted.
Yeah, so let's just wait until he comes back because he seems to be chipping out.
Okay, so me just big up the whole team. Me just big up
yeah.
the whole team, Cataract. God bless you,
Yeah.
Basuna, place, everybody else.
We have a call online. Hold on, we have a call online, Catherine. Let me just take him. All right, caller, go ahead, and then until Mr. Butler returns. Go ahead, caller. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Bless up, Cataract. Diego, pick up yourself.
Yeah, man.
Personally, for me, I shouldn't say why we're having an issue, because the truth is, Craig outlined the plan. We should have get rid of Tapa from long time, because Tapa want to bring in all the division in the squad. To be frank, because if you are a coach and you are in charge of a team, and you know that you are going into a tournament like the Gold Cup, and you have World Cup qualifiers, you should have at least pointed out the players that you needed. Tapa was the one who said in the one English-based players, and that was, to me personally, a nonsense. Because every team worldwide picking players internationally. So I don't see why we as Jamaican people, we would have got anywhere with local base alone. Our local base talent, them just ready fully. Them can't cut it. Manning come the developer players. The amount of big baller where we the think we have in a Manning Cup. When them touch JPL where we are bash say it no good. Manning Cup player them last night, most of them to be honest.
Why is that? Why do you think that happens?
Yeah, I'm not going to hear you. So Kevin, we're going to let let him make a point, and then I'm going to let Craig finish up what he was answering to Cataract, and then respond to you. All right?
So me personally, I agree with enough things that Craig has said. If there's not a system put in place so we youth them can grow into, we're going to continue the same thing over and over. And I agree with Craig. Tapa madman. I just the truth. Tapa should have gone a long time. That's all me I say.
All right then. Thanks. Yeah, man. All right. Yeah, man. All right. So Craig, you can finish responding to Cataract, and then you can respond to this. So
yeah,
okay,
what I'm saying is, right, is that with a system in place, it's really just an understanding of how you operate, who's going to move where, when you're going to receive the ball, etc. If people know say Leon is a danger man for Jamaica, right? They will put. All right, give a good example. Perfect example. Kingston Technical had a number 8 that was their star player. He really is the only player in them team, right?
Yeah, Andre.
Yeah. When I play against Andre, you know what I did? Put one man to mark him in the back and just put another man in front of him. KT game done. It done from the game start. Yeah? So the point I'm making now is when Leon is playing against these teams and he's playing for Jamaica, the extra second that it takes when we look at him and turn and make it the pass to another midfielder and then eventually give it to him, it kills this game. You have to play the ball as quickly as possible, not from deep to the midfielders, to the attacking midfielder, and then they try to get it to him at his feet or into the space. In the space, he can outrun the pace of the defender to get to it. At his feet early will give him an opportunity to take on the players. But if not, and you give them time from the point where you win the ball to when it transitions to the winger, then they have enough time to go back and mark the player. When they mark the player, double mark him, it makes it that much more difficult. Yeah? When he's playing for club, the club transitions much more quickly. You look at Leverkusen, you look at Genk, you look at Aston Villa, the transition and build-up from defense to offense is much more quicker and much more direct and logical. Yeah? Before Gerrard went to Aston Villa, Dean was there and they played a lot. The players didn't have a lot of confidence in each other and they weren't playing keeping the ball, playing good football. They were trying to play a lot of long balls. And Leon didn't look effective because in long balls, playing against English, strong, big, giant defenders, he's not going to win a lot of balls in the air. But if you can build and transition quickly to the midfielders and then get the ball to him, then it's going to be dangerous. So, to use a phrase from a speaky spokey man, is not what you do, it's how you do it. And if you use that, what you do and how you do it, and you apply it to the national team, it's not whether you give the ball to Leon or get it to him. It's how you get it to him that will make him effective or not. If by the time him get it, him have 3-4 man and mark him, he's not going to be effective. If he's making 30 runs before him touch a ball, by the time him get it in tired, I couldn't cross the ball either. And if you look at how Jamaica was playing, would you say that Leon Bailey touched the ball a lot in games? Mannings, man, let me ask you that question. When Leon was playing for Jamaica, do you think he got the percentage of balls that he would have gotten at a Leverkusen or a Genk?
Well, Jamaica never had the ball for him to really get it.
All right, but if you, what you mean?
This is what Diego has been saying, that we don't possess the ball.
The point of it is that that's not what Diego is saying. Diego is an intelligent man. It's the opposite of what he said. It's not that we don't get the ball and win the ball. It's that we just give it back to them.
Yes. There you
it's
go.
Not that we don't win the ball. We win the balls.
We win the ball, but we
do not keep the ball.
There you
That's
go.
what he's saying.
There you go.
We do not transition well when we win the ball. We win the ball and then we kick it long or we give it back to them. How the hell they expect Leon Bailey to be effective in a system like that? Or lack thereof? You ever can 1-2 pass this? If no way must run, that man no way must run. Leg of the ball.
And that comes from lack of confidence in your teammates, Greg. The same thing you're saying.
Exactly, but the lack of confidence comes from not knowing what to do. You don't have a system.
There you go. You're right on point. I agree with you.
And that's why I'm saying, if you want to know what a system is, go and type on online any game, because we have some high-tech camera where I use now. I give a full scope of the game. So that when you're watching a game for Phoenix now on YouTube, it look like a Premier League you watch.
But here's my $1 million question now, Craig.
Go and look and watch and you'll see a system.
All right, here's my $1 million, Craig. You never get your answer. So that goes me and you alone. We can answer now. This system that you're talking about, which you said, and you mentioned the Manning Cup. Now, I am part of the Calabar Old Boy Association. And I know it is the old boys that run these schools, the JC and the KC and the Calabar. It is not ISA or the JFF. When you go to them now, when you go to JC and KC to implement a system, if you were the man in charge, how are you going to convince them? Because for them, things about bragging rights and winning, not about developing football. How are you going to convince them, Craig?
Let me show you something. I got a call midway the season. Please come coach Calabar. Very important. Please. This is about like come rescue Calabar. Now, why did that statement come? That statement, whether it be in jest or a man a talk out of turn, it came. And the reason it came is because Mona was showing what a system should do and what it could be. Yeah? Now, if you don't, one of the things that I've found, you see, if you're a dinosaur and the mama will come about and they make fire, and you can't learn to make fire, and sooner or later you're going to die. So it don't make sense. The mama will walk around trying to tell everybody or force on everybody that you need to make fire. All he need to do is make his fire. Because when you make him fire, make better tools and all of those things. So guess what? He's going to kill you sooner or later, or you're going to have to evolve. Now, by what we have done in that Manning Cup, right? We have shown that systems can work. Before Manning Cup, nobody was talking about the Mona players, appear unknown and play. When we put our systems in place at Mona, if JC don't change, gone. If JC not going to find a way to help their players to develop properly, so that they can use both left foot and right foot, any player who see what happened to Alex Marshall or Tyreek one-footed and win Manning Cup are going to say, listen, me a good baller, you know, me want to get better, me want to get opportunity. You know. So guess what? I'm going to make Mr. Butler coach me, because he can teach me the right way. I might care about me enough to make sure that whether I'm playing Manning Cup or not, we can use 2 foot and we can play 2 sides of the pitch. And we can play every position. And I have understanding of what systems mean and how them work. So what's going to happen? The coach at JC is going to have to say, boy, let me try and put in some systems, because the boy, the Butler next year might kill me. Because if all them players them are going to the school never play, and I saw him go on, what will happen next year? I better step up my thing. And so as a result, what will happen is all the schools will start to develop their players versus recruiting their players. Because if you don't develop the players, then even the players that you recruit are not going to progress and improve. I've watched that Manning Cup. I've seen KC just kick the ball long. And I saw them get a 1 goal and score. I prefer to lose trying to play good football than to win with a man just kick 2 long ball and them score the 2 of them. You understand? It's important. You know that Calabar's captain and goalkeeper is from Phoenix. As a Calabar old boy. You know that, right?
No, I don't think Diego follow it up like that.
Oh. Well, he is.
Listen to me, Craig.
Excellence, a goalkeeper.
Craig, Craig, you're talking about you. So you're saying the JC players going to come to Mona and the KC players going to come to Mona? You can't coach everybody in the island.
Eh?
You can't coach 10,000 students in the island to play football.
Why not?
They can't go to one school. So they're going to say JC is winning, KC is winning. Why should we follow Craig when Craig have won? They're not, the old boys are not going to change. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
But let me ask you a question. Had they not found a way to change the rules this year, who would have won Walker Cup?
But the Walker Cup, though, it was a red card. It wasn't a rule change with the Walker Cup. It was a red card issue. But
the rules said,
rule change.
The rules said, listen. Let me help you. The rules say that the player must miss the next eligible game, the next game for which he's eligible. The rules didn't say that the Manning Cup and the Walker Cup are the same competition.
Yeah, all right, but
no, hold on. Let me hold on.
Yeah, go ahead. Let me let you finish.
This is a good thing because I need to address this. If FIFA is the body from which we all work under.
Yeah.
And FIFA rules apply. Yeah? From the top down. Yeah?
Yeah.
Then, for example, you have qualifying leagues, then you have the Champions League, and you have the Europa League. Correct?
Yeah, man. Yeah. All right.
Yes or no? Say yes.
Yeah, we have the qualifying. I just heard the part about there's a qualifying different from regular league. Yeah, go ahead because I want to get
So you have the Premier League, and you have the FA Cup in England. Yeah.
Yes, and if you get a red card, if you get a red card in the FA Cup, you miss the next Premier League game. If you get a red card in the Premier League, you miss the next FA Cup game.
Dependent on your finish. Dependent on your finish in the Premier League. You hearing me?
Yeah,
are you hearing me?
Yeah, man, we're hearing you now.
Dependent on your finish in the Premier League, you will either qualify for the Champions League or you qualify for the Europa Cup. Yeah?
Yeah, man, we understand that. Yeah.
When you get a red card in the Premier League, you can serve that red card in the FA Cup because those competitions are running simultaneously. Correct?
Same thing with the Walker Cup and the Manning Cup. They run simultaneously.
No.
Yes, they do.
No.
Yes, they do.
No.
While Walker Cup was going, Walker Cup, Mr. Butler, Mr. Butler.
Let me finish.
No.
Mr.
Butler, while Walker Cup was going on, Manning Cup was still going on. They just didn't play the games at the same time.
Bossy, let me finish. When you play in the Manning Cup, the top 4 teams from Manning Cup go to the Champions Cup. The top 4 teams from the Costa Cup go to the Champions Cup, which by of its essence bear the same name as the Champions League. The next 4 teams from the Manning Cup play the Walker Cup, and the next 4 teams from the Costa Cup play the Ben Francis. Now, those are qualified competitions. They are not running simultaneously with the Manning Cup. Okay? You qualify for those competitions. Let me finish. Paul Pogba played Premier League and Paul Pogba played Premier League and got a red card against Arsenal. He then played Champions League 2 days later, and when he returned to Premier League, he served the red card. Now the FA Cup runs simultaneously at the same time.
I think we lost you there, Craig. So let me see if we can reestablish some connection. But we have a caller online in the meantime. Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, man. Go ahead, Southie.
Yeah, I want to say something, and I'll stay along. I don't know if Craig is being disingenuous or him clearly don't know the rules, right? I'm going to finish, because I'm not about to bad me up like what them are bad up one boy there, when me am cranky. The reason why if a man get red card in the Premier League and his next upcoming game is a FA Cup game, even though it's a different competition, he will miss that game is because all those competitions are under the jurisdiction of the English FA. If his next game is a Champions League game, he will play the Champions League game because that is a UEFA competition. That is why he's able to play the Champions League game, because that is a competition that is run by UEFA. Is different. The same thing with the Manning Cup. The Walker Cup and the Manning Cup are run by ISA, and the rule says the player missed the next game for which he is eligible. That is in ISA competition, so the man missed the Walker Cup. So in this case, I don't know why Butler keeps saying the man don't change the rule, boss. It is your incompetence that caused the team to be kicked out at the competition. Don't come try to put the thing on the man then. It's a ISA run competition, the Walker Cup. The Manning Cup is a ISA run competition, just like the Premier League and the FA Cup. And once you get a red card in one of their competition, you miss the next game that you are eligible under ISA that are run by ISA. Competition that are run by ISA. That has always been the rule. Nothing has changed about it. You mess up, your team get kicked out. Just get up and move to the next year and stop passing blame to a next person. You understand? We talk about Tapper forget blame for this and JFF forget blame for that when them do them thing. When you do your thing, just hold it and say, boy, you mess up. You and the people or you and your team mess up. The youth shouldn't have seen the Walker Cup. You weren't aware of the rules the right way. The man did not change the rules. It has always been that way. All right, see you later. And I can't bad me up like how me and not bad up cranky just because the man have a different opinion for Leon Bailey, you know. Because I try bad up the man and I get personal because the man have a different opinion. Like the bad enough to say nothing about Leon Bailey. If a man says something about Leon Bailey because you know connected personally. Cranky not connected personally to Leon Bailey. Me not connected personally to Leon Bailey. So if me feel for coming out to something about Leon Bailey, I can say it like when I can say it about Aka and Damian Lowe or any other ball. When I go like no one a man say nothing for Leon Bailey about Leon Bailey. I want a man to something, they get personal attack about the man speak is spoken. What do you mean by speak is spoken? The man talk English. All we know English. What wrong with talking English? Why am we talking English? I this year I try to disrespect the man just because the man talk something about Liam Beer. About speak his sport. Look for more, you know.
All right. So
Hey,
we took that
what
call.
was that? Who was that?
That was Sauti, because he was calling about this, because I have the rule, and I was going to make that point that he just made, because the rule clearly states both competitions are run by ISA. So if I have two players, Mr. Butler, who are red carded, right? I got a letter from ISA stating that, right?
Who got the letter?
The letter was sent on the 18th. The incident happened on the 17th. The letter was sent on the 18th. Whether it is you, the principal, or the team manager, the letter was sent.
None of us got that letter.
So nobody.
That letter was posted in our WhatsApp group. I hear.
Huh?
There was no letter. In fact, they said they posted it in something that said people had red cards or whatever in a WhatsApp group. Not very professional. But anyway, I don't really need for going on that. The point I'm making is very simple. In 2019, Loxley Reed got 5 yellow cards in the Manning Cup and should have missed the Walker Cup, given the rules that they're operating on today. However, those cards were rescinded in 2019, the last Manning Cup season, and in play. So how that work? Milk today, coffee tomorrow?
No. He got.
No. Where I know
Let me talk now, man. You said he got 5 yellow card in what?
Manning Cup.
And played in what?
Walker Cup.
And he played in the next Walker Cup game.
Yes.
And what happened? When was that?
2019.
In 2019.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So fine, that happened. So even if he got away with that.
Which get away?
What I know. Even all right, I'm going to give you that.
You ever heard of precedents?
You
ever heard that similar instances of similar conduct?
So follow me now. Say that he got away. That
let
cheated.
Me ask you a question.
No,
let me ask you a question. Hold on.
Let me answer this.
Ask you a question.
No, man. Mr. Butler, let me have to answer this. Before you get to that, let me answer this, please. If not because a man break the law, means that if I break it, I should not be sanctioned. So because JC got away with it last year, call it that in 2019. It doesn't mean that the rule was not broken. The question is, was the rule broken?
Hold on, let me ask you this, right? Let me ask you this. If the rules do not state that the competitions are one and the same, and you then state, and you're referring to the top 8 teams in the Manning Cup, that particular part that he's talking about, and it states that he would miss the next game for which he's eligible, would it not stand to reason and logic that that would be the next Manning Cup game? If you have not stated specifically that the competitions are not one and the same.
Let me respond.
Walker Cup and Manning Cup has always been 2 different competitions. Run by the same organization, but 2 different competitions.
So let me respond to that. I will check with the JC situation because the information, I'm going to figure it out. But let me get to this one. If I have 2 players red carded.
Which JC situation you talk about?
No, man, the one with the 5 yellow cards and the guy.
It's the Loxley Reed in Big Brother.
Yeah, man.
That played for Mona High School. The captain of Mona in 2019.
Yeah, no, man.
And I bet me I make it up.
No, man.
The difference is that Craig Butler was not the coach of Mona High School in 2019.
No, man. So let me finish. You have to let me finish. You see, I listen when you're talking. So let me finish. All right? I need to check that and see.
Yeah, but you say you check the JC situation. But it's an educator says it's not JC, it's Mona.
Mona. So there was a Mona player who got 5 yellow cards in Manning Cup and played in the Walker Cup.
And it was stated to be rescinded. I understand now later on that I heard that this don't go so. However, I know the player. I know the card accumulation, and I know the story, the truth.
Okay,
but
so there
let
was
me just make this clear.
It was rescinded, but
let me make this clear, right?
Let me make my point, you know.
No, listen.
You asked me the question, but I'm not being allowed to answer it.
All right, but let me just say this, and then you can answer all you want. I have already made my point where Manning Cup was concerned. I don't need to go back in it because then you're going to have a man that might try attack poor little Mona again. I mean, I don't really want that. So I better we just leave it Okay? Whoever wants to say it is my fault, no problem. It's my incompetence. It's my incompetence. I apologize for my incompetence. Not just my incompetence, but my stupidity. Because I'm the biggest idiot on the planet to get a letter that states 2 players can't play them on national television, in them name, sign a match card, and let them play. I'm the biggest idiot, and I'm supremely incompetent.
No, you move from one extreme to the next extreme.
So if I knew that these players were not eligible, and I messed up by playing them, then I must be the biggest fool on the planet, because on national television, in them correct name.
All right.
Okay. I've been in the background listening. Craig, Manning's man Diego, and I am trying to understand the situation. Is that rule clearly stated?
It's ambiguous.
Okay. Because what if, say the rules was stated and Craig decide to fight that red card? Do you know that that player is eligible to play the next game until it goes to an arbitration and they find him guilty and then suspend him?
All right, let me just respond, Mr. Porter, because I don't think you understand the situation. Mona had no issue with the players getting the red card in the game that they got the red card.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did.
All right.
Yes, we did. Got a whole heap of issues.
All right. So did you appeal? All right. Did you appeal the decision of the red card?
We did not need to appeal the decision of the red card, because as far as we were concerned, the next time he would serve that red card would be next year Manning Cup.
All right. So fine. So finish. So let me finish
the
now.
rules were ambiguous, and I had no idea. You think I'm an idiot? You think I'd play on a red card knowing that I'm not eligible to play on national TV?
Mr. Butler, you have to let me finish.
I get angry now, so I'm cut here.
Then, all right then.
No, stay quick.
No, man, it's all right. It's all right. Here. Yeah. Listen. If the rules are not clear, then find out what the rule is. You're going to play. Hold on a man. You're going to play a semi-final to bring your team, right? Generally, when a player gets red card, they miss the game. You have a rule that states that. If you're not clear on that, all I am saying, find out. They're one phone call away. So find out. You can't know when this thing happened. You say that it was ambiguous, it wasn't clear, and saying, even if, watch this, even if, not because a man break the speed limit and get away with it last year, I can't use that to justify me breaking the speed limit and getting a ticket. Regardless.
We all understand that, man, but I heard he brought up another situation with Laxton. And if you get back-to-back yellow cards, 5 yellow cards, you're supposed to miss the next game. And if that was rescinded and that player plays, that means the rules are not running concurrent. It's only saying that the establishment schools are getting preference. And it happened with me in Canada here with my team.
We're not going to have an issue with the thing that we don't know, because Craig said he heard that it was. So we're not clear on that. That's the point I'm making, that we're not clear. So we need to check that first. That a player got 5 yellow cards, was supposed to miss a game, and he did not. Until we can prove. What we know is that 2 Mona players were red carded, right? And the next game they played. And what they're saying is that they did not know that it was the same competition.
But I did not know myself. I did not know that the Manning Cup and the Walker Cup.
It's not important that you know. Whether you know or not, don't change the price of rice. But if you run the administrators of the team must know that.
Yeah, but what if I was coaching
if you're a coach
my alma mater?
if you were coaching it, you'd have been given the rules. And you have meetings. If you don't understand the rules, you ask for clarity. You ask for clarity. Hello, caller.
Man, I call already, but I just a quick say more I say.
Yeah.
Are you the host to the program, you know, make Craig dictate the program and tell you what he wants, you know. Craig not supposed to dictate. Are you the host, you know, look at coach's deck gone. And he make Cranky gone. And he make Diego no one hear him. Because listen, him not to make sense. Some of the things make sense, but some don't make sense. Because look here, Leon Bailey is the best baller in the Europe. When can I come get the national team? When am I offer to Aston Villa once? One in I first half. When Leon Bailey come in, just look ordinary. If him get the ball and him put him just look ordinary. Same way. Demari Gray, I bet a ball where they are Chelsea more than Leon Bailey. Ask him, all right. Leon Bailey playing a World Cup. When am I offer to win? Him playing a World Cup qualify. When am I offer? Craig just a dictate, you know, and him no want nobody saying nothing about Leon Bailey. But look here. Your program is run by you. You see, you're a principal man, you know. I'm like Diego kind of principal. Because I listen to Harville show. And you see, Cataract, him have principal, but him say, Craig now make no sense, so him come off. Him come off of the show. Most of the man come off of the show, you know, because Craig now make no sense, you know, among like dictate. Style of play, if Leon Bailey get the ball and drop it, and Tony if you go at the back of the goal post, him now make no sense. He might the best baller in Europe, and when he come in a career, he can't have nothing. If he ball, if he depart Leon Bailey, put him around and do be a fool. Because he might try to dribble too much, make people see him and a volley ball now and cross it. When him get, me watch him all the time in a Gold Cup, him don't want to cross the ball when him get it. He might have the ball and don't want to cross it. When he don't cross it, when he might run out of breath. All right, take care and run your program good. Because you're a principal. You know, like Craig come panic and dictate and run off the people when they on your program. Because once that time him come.
All right, boss.
You know, Lang Diego. You know, Lang Diego the sport the guy they show. When him?
Yeah. Arville Oral.
Yeah. You know, Lang in the sports text him Diego and my name there. And them man, they make sense when them talk. You can learn from them as a youth, but you can't go outside and listen. Because I never really like them talk show, you know, but at Diego and you see them youth they were called from America when name
Southie.
And them, me never really like sports, the talk show, you know, but we see when me listen it, I listen to Diego, because that's why I'm saying him fit to be a manager and him could have take over Mr. Richard's position to run the JFF or manage the West Indies team.
All right. All right, caller. Let me hear from Diego. Because and then we'll see if Mr. Butler can come back on and respond to you. And let me say this, people. After this, Mr. Butler still talking. For me, it's not personal. You understand me? But we have to make a point. So though there's no personal thing with me and him. Diego. The caller say you can't even say nothing.
Let me say, if me never ever with the rule thing and the money cup as you, so we don't follow it that closely. So I was just listening and learning now. I don't get involved in something I don't know, you know.
Yeah, Mr. Butler, you back? Because I see you jump.
Yeah, well gone.
Yeah. You're going to add something. I don't know. Yeah, that is that caller called Big Joe what called earlier. I don't know if you heard what he was saying.
What Craig is saying is the rule was ambiguous. That's what Craig is saying, but nobody's listening.
Yeah, no, right. No, man, we hear that, you know, but I am saying because it's a red card, right? Because it's a red card and there's a next game. Because remember, originally, you know, the side of the argument I was on, because I thought you could play because it is Walker Cup and Manning Cup. Then when I got the rule and I made sure I called, and when I called, they told me that a letter was sent. And in the letter, there was highlighted in red. It was communicated to Mona. I don't know how it was sent, who got it, but I know a letter was sent, and the two names were in red, saying that those two players cannot play in the next game. The only game that Mona had after that, because remember, there was no other game, you know. So the letter was sent on the 18th, I understand, because the game was on the 17th. And that's what I heard.
Man is man.
Coach, hold on.
Okay, Diego.
because I've run a team again practically. So my question to Craig is, since the rule was ambiguous, me personally, I would have make a call and clarify to Issa and say, what is my, because that has happened to me. And with my league in New York, I'm going to call the president and say, big man, what's the status here? Because the rule that team ambiguous. Everybody can have them rule in a them competition where might be slightly different from FIFA. So my question would be to you now, why didn't you not make that call and clarify it before you play the players then?
We're not hearing you, Craig.
You can hear me now?
Yeah, we're hearing you now.
Yeah. Let me clarify a few things. The first is that I had not seen that notification at any given time until somebody posted it somewhere. Yeah. The second thing is I was in that group where there was a coaches group that they had. And I was in that coaches group and I had requested, I didn't know at the time that Manning Cup and Walker Cup was playing the same time, right? So I'd requested, I said, there's a thing that you put in and you request to get clearance to play in the, to go and watch the Manning Cup final as coaches. So I said, I want to go and watch the Manning Cup final. One of the people in the group responded that you can go and watch it from your boat. Yeah? Now, everybody know I have a nice little boat and my family go out on the beach on the weekends. And it was a very disrespectful statement to me. So I responded to say, yes, I could also watch it from a helicopter if I so choose. However, there's a process that you have in here that said that if I want to go to the game, I need to do. It's not working. Please, Mr. Wellington, can you sort it out? He said in an hour. The person then responded to say, not Mr. Wellington, somebody else in the group, to say it is better to have humor than have a tumor.
That's low.
No, I have cancer.
Yeah.
And I took it.
Who said that, Craig? Who said that? You can name the person who said that.
I'm not going to name it because I'm going to deal with him on a different level. But when they said that, I said I do not find that funny, and I left the group. Yes? No. Because if I stayed in the group, I'm certain the things I would say to them, it would say exactly how I felt. Yeah? So I left the group. They then said, after I had left the group, that they posted this. Yeah? This thing in that same group. There's no way for me to see it. No way for me you have to understand, my football education as a coach is not in Jamaica. Right? I do my own I did the coaching with the academy and thing, but most of my formal football education in terms of how things run is based off of how FIFA and what the Premier League in Malta or Belgium or Germany or Holland or the English FA would do it. So when a man said the next eligible game, I am thinking the next Manning Cup game next season if they're playing. I'm not thinking another competition that is totally a qualifying competition. Just like how you'd qualify for Europe and then you play Europe and them don't affect the Premier League and they don't coincide with one another, red cards don't carry over. Same thing. Now, my next question to you, which also helped me to realize that it was a different competition, is this. The scores from the Manning Cup were not taken into the Champions Cup or the Walker Cup to decide the top scorer of the league. Yeah? So if the scores are not carried over, why are the cards carried over? You get the maths?
Oh, yeah, I'm
I
listening.
can respond to that.
No, don't. Let me finish, please. So the reality is two different competitions. Two different competitions.
All right.
Different top scorers in Walker Cup. Different top scorer in a Champions Cup. Different top scorer in a Manning Cup. So why would the cards move from Manning Cup to Walker Cup to Champions Cup? No. Especially in light of there's a precedent before that Loxley Reed had 5 yellows, which equals a red. That means that he could not play the very next game. And it was rescinded along with other players that were from different teams in the very last competition. So why would I, at that point, being a logical coach, think that these these cards would transfer to Walker Cup, a totally different competition?
All right, let me respond. Let me respond to some of this. Number
You know,
one.
when I played Manning Cup, right? I got, I think, 3 yellows, and I had to miss a Manning Cup game, yeah. But the Walker Cup game was before it, and I didn't miss the Walker Cup. I missed the Manning Cup, what came after. You know,
All right.
that's what happened to me.
Well, I wasn't around that time, so I don't know. So let me respond to this. Goals that are scored in the FA Cup do not count in the tally for the leading goal scorer in the Premier League. Same thing with the Championship, same thing with the El Carbo Cup. They don't. Both competitions. So things are carried over from the FA Cup, which is what Toti was saying, and the Premier League. Because if you get red carded in the Premier League, you miss FA Cup game. If you get red carded in the FA Cup, you miss Premier League game. And that
agree.
Happens. Hold on, let me finish. That happens because both of them are run by the same FA. The Champions Cup started out as a separate competition, right? It was started out, though it is Issa is over it because the schoolboy. It's different. So while I can understand if a player get red carded in the Manning Cup, they may be able to play in the Champions Cup. I can't see if the rule says, and this is the rule that the school had, if you get red carded in this competition, you miss the next game. That was from the beginning. The rule, even if the rule was breached, it was not understood the year before. The rule was given out from the very start. Whatever ambiguity that lies in the rule could have been spoken about from that point. It could have been, if I'm a team manager and I see that, and I have expectation of my team being in the finals, I would have to ask, does this apply to both competitions? To get clarity. If you fail to do that, and then they say to you, this is what the rule meant, you have to just take responsibility. And that does not mean you knew and you still broke it. It's not suggesting that. It is both things are true. You really didn't know. There may be ambiguity, and so what you did, you thought you were right, but that does not mean if based on what the rule meant that you have broken the rule, they are not allowed to take sanctions. So both things are right, you know. It's not like you are wrong. You're absolutely right that there's ambiguity with the rules. But
Management.
Yes.
Craig. What I would like to play devil's advocate. The rules and code of conduct for the Manning Cup and the Walker Cup. Is it in black and white?
I just said yes.
It is in black and white.
Yes.
Why don't you go check the rules?
But I just read it and tell you what he said.
Yeah, but was it an amendment at the time?
What, Mr. Porter? The rule was given out. All the schools got the rules, the same document with it. So all I'm saying is that if something is not clear, right, I can understand a school, because maybe if I were in Mr. Butler's position, right, Diego, I would have done the same thing.
Yeah.
But the people who wrote the rule says to you, listen, but that is not what the rule meant. So not because you didn't understand the rule mean that you're going to be exempted. That's all people are saying, you know. The rule was broken. They are not saying that you intentionally broke the rule, even if you never understood it. The point is the rule was broken.
And the rule, hold on. Now, hold on. Now, if your rule is ambiguous, yeah, and the season before, it was quote unquote broken, and nothing happened. Why? Now something automatically happens when KT get 5 love.
All right, so let me answer that. I have driven past a police officer, and the person before me broke the speed limit because they and they didn't stop them. They stopped me. My job is not to look at how the rule treated the other person. It's to make sure that I comply with it.
What if the speed limit sign said, right, don't go fast?
If the speed limit sign said don't go fast,
and when the police stop you, he then says 40 miles an hour to me is fast. It is in the interpretation of the rule because the rule is not clear.
No,
Craig. Any sign is going to give you a specific speed limit. They're not going to say don't go far.
What me I said to you is, you should have right. You're going to miss the Walker Cup and the Manning Cup or any competition at all. You shouldn't say, in reference to the 8 teams played in the quarterfinal round, that you will miss the next game for which you are eligible.
And that was going to be my next question.
That the Walker Cup is a part of that. Because it's a different competition.
Hold on. Let me just ask Craig a question. Because I know we run football and a football team, our own team. Which is what I'm saying to you, Craig. We know football, and we know enough competition don't follow the Bible and FIFA. And FIFA allow them to do that in them private competition. It's a private competition. If I was coaching Mona, remember he was going to give me the job, you forget? Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. If I was living in Jamaica and retired, he was planning to give me the job, Manning's man. So just wanted the people to know that. Because before COVID-19, I was planning to retire in Jamaica for the football season. No. And the point what I would have done, Craig, if I was the coach, from me get a red card, the first thing I think, I wonder if they're available for the next year. And the first thing I'm going to do is talk to the management staff, FIFA, go back the call. Even though what you're saying is logical, I would have, so your logics don't have to agree with Issa logics. So because it's their competition,
that's the problem. That's the problem. I work in a... You're right.
What is the status of my thing?
You're right. But me now call you and talk to you after you tell me say it's better to have a humor than a tumor. I don't have nothing to do with my hear nothing from you.
No, but he's not Issa. He's just one man.
Well, but it was. No, you know my pain in that was.
Craig, you can't jeopardize the youth.
You know my pain in that was? The whole of the coach them inside. They said the whole of them know some have cancer. I said to them, say, you know I have cancer, right? And nobody rebuked that man.
Craig,
you're an alpha male. I don't say nothing about it.
All right, man.
You do with none of them. Let them go on.
Craig, fine. So now we're taking his emotion. You're an alpha male, Craig. You have the youngster them to think about. You can't make some idiot through them make a comment now. You jeopardize the youngster them. Because now you admit now, so you wasn't thinking logically, you were thinking emotionally. You're an alpha male.
No, I'm thinking logically. My logic says if you are in that group and you are sitting there and somebody says that about a man who have cancer who does the 3 surgery back to back, and you're going to sit there and say that, and you in that group, if I sit down here with you in this group and Manning's man say, but like if you go on and go dead with your cancer, and none of you say, Manning's man, you can't say that. If none of you say Manning's that not right, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take it as the whole and I say it, you know.
Yes, but what about the children at the school now who
All right,
wants
the
you
point
to
I'm
take away
making
their
is,
glory?
hold on, no, the point I'm
You
making is,
can't
remember
think
now,
about yourself there.
hold
You have
on,
to
no,
think
boss,
about you're a
remember now,
leader. You're a
remember now,
parent.
me
You have
a coach in the Premier,
responsibility.
listen now, a Premier League, me a coach in Europe, you know. So my mindset is that I'm not even thinking about red card. Because in my mindset, two different competition, and I saw the man them run the two different competition.
Gentlemen, I'm
Champions
gonna
League
jump
and
off a
Europa
bit. I
League
just reach
different
work,
from
all right?
Walker Cup. You get my point?
Yeah.
My mindset is, this is where I'm coming from. I'm coaching at the Premier League in Malta. I come home, I coach now. I'm expecting the same thing. Miss the next eligible match. Of course, that must be Money Cup because Walker Cup is a qualifying competition, a competition that is qualified through Money Cup. So that a knockout competition after that have nothing to do with it. It's not FA Cup where run simultaneously. Yeah? So could never apply to Walker Cup. So, and 1 month later after the Money Cup done, because Money Cup done now and everybody done it now. 1 month later, you tell me, say, they're like a knockout competition, you apply to it? Okay, I'm sorry. I read the rules wrong. It's ambiguous, but I read it wrong. I was wrong. You are right, Issa. I apologize. I'm incompetent, and I'm sorry. It will never happen again.
No, but you see, this is really no correct. Like, I don't want to take because Issa has not said they are incompetent. I mean, like I'm saying.
You look an idiot friend who come on a while ago, say me incompetent.
But you see,
him can't polish my car wheel.
But here's what I'm saying though. If somebody says, "Hey, man's man, you're thieving pastor," like how does it benefit me to say, "You want to look an idiot boy"? Like and which is one of the things that Cranky was saying earlier. You know,
Listen,
somebody have to take the higher ground.
Listen,
both things are correct enough. Both things are correct enough, Mr. Butler. Both things can be correct. Let me say this to you. Both things can be correct. One.
No, nothing that man said a while ago is correct.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the bigger picture. Both things can be correct. Because again, when the whole issue came up, I was a little bit unhappy because I wanted Mona to win their first title. So follow me. All right. Having heard and understood the whole thing, I realized why it was done. At the same time, I do believe that, and this is what I believe, that even without those two players, Mona would have still won the game.
I never need the players. You know what I'm saying? But under 13, you them are playing and style.
Therefore, I would not assume that you knew and it was an intentional plan to go around the rule. I don't believe that. However, it does not mean that the rule must not be applied. And I think that is where I am at. The rule must be applied even if there's ambiguity within it. And if
exactly, no problem. But guess what? Last year, you never applied the rule. So you already applied this year.
I deal with that already. I deal with that already because guess what now? Guess what happened?
The way you deal with it is not good enough.
Let me give you a good example. In the game with
Mexico. In law, there's something called precedent.
No, but in the game with Mexico, let me give you the game in Mexico. The game with Mexico, Damian Lowe's incident was looked at and a red card. The referee came off. He went and he looked at the VAR. With Mikel Antonio, he was hit under the neck. Clearly, the referee did not go and look at the TV, or he was not invited. So sometimes how the rule works, what goes here may not apply here. It does not give an next man the reason to go against the rule.
You don't understand what I say. I never went against any rules. That rule was ambiguous. Hopefully next year they will just make it a little more clear. So the next person who operates at a different level in terms of what their training our expectations are, because I expected it to be like what a Premier League would be. I am wrong. No problem. Please adjust the rules to state Manning Cup, Walker Cup, and any competition.
Exactly.
Not just the next available game. Because the next available game in the Manning Cup, next eligible game in the Manning Cup is next season.
Yeah.
It's not this season.
That we need to do going ahead.
Yeah. So I don't have nothing against the man, other than little idiot that they come in and talk about It's better to
Yeah,
have a human than a
but
human.
you calling the
Not
man
got
an
against
idiot.
them,
You calling the man
no.
an idiot. Yeah, all right. You remember recently, right? I don't remember.
No, hold on. Let me ask you a question. You don't think that it's so, that when people are disrespectful to you, you have a right to tell them they're an idiot?
Well, for me,
If I look for you and tell you, say you're a thief in pasta, move and go right now. You don't have a right to look back at me and say, what kind of madness you talk? Face the boy.
I don't have to call him an idiot. No, all right. Here, I'll give you a good example. Recently,
All right, so Jesus, hold on. So Jesus never called people idiot.
Let me use a good
Jesus
example.
never run up people.
No.
Jesus never run up nobody. He just stand up there and take it. He never make a whip a 9 card and beat the Sadducees out there and the money lender them out of the
Let me give you a good. You want me to give you a good example?
No, man, I give you a good one.
No, man, I'm gonna give you a good example between you and I. Recently,
because Jesus take a slap him on him cheek and say, turn
let me give you my example recently with you. All right, you and I had a conversation recently where you were not happy, and you know what the first thing you said to me? You remember?
No, a bad memory, I tell you.
You say,
it's a good thing, you know. Me and my wife get along good, you know, because she do something bad. By tomorrow, I forget about it because I don't have good memory. Short-term memory gone. For real, right?
Hey, watch this. Here's what you said to me. Hey, man, you call now. You're a hypocrite. You're a hypocrite. You call yourself pastor. You're a hypocrite. And I said, all right, watch this. You know that.
What did you do?
All me say, me choose that. Listen, all that happened, you know, is that me choose a different team, you know. A match was going to be played, and me pick a next team instead of Mona. That was the only thing, you know.
No, sir.
Go ahead.
No, sir.
You're talking about a prediction?
Hold on.
No, sir.
Let me tell you what happened, Diego. Hold on, let me explain what happened. So what happened is that Whisper, they were talking about Whisper as well in the whole conversation coming. And I said, Whisper don't need to come back to Jamaica, come play no football, not play no Manning Cup. All right? I don't know if somebody told Mr. Buckler part of the story, and I never hear it.
Bridget,
but let me finish.
I think I remember now.
All right,
you are that same little liar.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
On the show, and
let me finish, Mr. Butler. What I said in the conversation is that Whisper never needed to come back to play no Manning Cup because the gentleman was saying that he's coming back to play for Mona. I said, why does he need to come back? He has already dominated as his age group. He
didn't say he was coming back to play for Mona. He said he was coming back to play for Casey. Get it straight now?
Right. Yeah, for Kingston College. And I said that. No, I don't know. No, I realized that Mr. Butler and this gentleman probably had some issues. But he called me. I listened and I relaxed and I was calm. I didn't call him back, boy. Mr. Butler, fool, you this me. I said, no. I let him speak. So I am saying, though, what I mean by that, Mr. Butler, is sometimes when people say things, you have to temper your response. And everything you need to respond in terms of
why would Craig have you just given your opinion? I don't understand. Why would that bother Craig? I don't get you.
That's what I said. But this is the same thing I'm saying. Not because somebody says that you're incompetent, mean that no, we need to go and say, well, you must be an idiot. That is a man's opinion. If he thinks based on his thing, he says you're incompetent, you just say, no, I'm not incompetent. I just never understood. When you go and say, no, the man is an idiot, I think that is more confrontational, which is really one of the points the people making, because I could have called back and said, Mr. Butler, can I eat that thing here? This me, I never this yet. I saw no man operate. No, I never got into that.
Which is the same way we're telling your boy,
hey.
Your boy, you have to respect Leon Bailey for his opinion. And the same thing you want Craig for respect. You're telling Craig for respect.
I don't have a problem with the opinion, but I think it went further than there. And if you be honest, you can go back and watch his show, because that guy Maxwell was on there saying a lot of very disrespectful things about us. They were leaving out the Phoenix players. They were not speaking about the Phoenix players. You're talking about under 20 players. You're talking about players coming back to play Manning Cup. You're speaking about under 20 players. You are discussing players while they're not even looking at the players that are supremely high quality at Phoenix.
Mr. Butler, Unseen Sports and I selected. Listen, in fact, was you who corrected me. I'll show you. When I said that the best keeper in the league was a Calabar goalkeeper, you said to me, He's a Phoenix player. And you said that you told me about the keeper at Mona and said, no, man, because I had not seen one at Mona. We
No.
selected.
No. You need to. No. That's Mr. Richards that told you that, not me.
Huh?
It's Mr. Richards that told you that, not me.
There you. All right, Mr. Richard. But the point I'm making is that.
So why? No, but you look like Manning's man. It look like you get the stories twisted. Go watch back your own show and come back now.
No, man. So let me tell you this. The issue that happened at the show was that you had a problem with I'm telling you, because Unseen Sports and I were on the program. And what I was saying at the time was about what Whisper have nothing to prove. Now, apparently, whatever you and Maxwell had, that spilled over because you never called him. I am the one who you got the call. And so
I wouldn't call Maxwell because Maxwell, as far as I'm concerned, is a wreck car that is in a junkyard. I'm not going to pick it up back.
Right?
Yeah? On the other hand, is my friend. So I would actually say to you, you can't deal them with it because that's hypocrisy. You know certain things. So you're not supposed to have them on the point show and say things about me or about Phoenix or Whisper without you personally being able to say no, that is not correct. Because you are first on knowledge.
But what I'm saying, he has his. My show is like this, Craig. Listen, a man have a right him opinion.
Listen, the truth is different from his opinion. And you're a pastor. And that's why I got offended. If you're a pastor, your job is to make sure that the truth is spoken. It's not to be a politician. So if you're there on the show, you have Diego on the show and tell lie upon me. And you know say a lie. If you tell I mean I didn't defend myself. You if say Diego, a lie I tell.
Craig is correct. If you know that somebody's telling an untruth, man is man a lie.
Listen.
Then you should say no, man.
Diego. Okay. All right, watch this. In the comment section, right?
Yeah.
In the comment section. Someone come in the comment section. Person put in the comment section, one, that Phoenix never played against Manchester City Academy. That Ricardo Gardner's son is not playing at the Manchester City Academy team. He's in the developmental team. I don't go and take that. So somebody's going to go now. Watch this video, read this comment, and say, man did not respond to that. I can't respond to the comment.
So you're saying you don't know if it's a truth or a lie. That's different. You don't know.
I am saying that Mr. Butler said that Whisper, I think he said Whisper play against Man City. Someone comes in the comment section and says something. What? Everything.
Yeah, you are telling Craig you don't know. So you can't. You have to just let a person express
share their opinion, and then I share my opinion on the player.
And
I pick the Phoenix player. I said Whisper no need to come to Jamaica. He has dominated already. He needs to, what is he coming back to play a Manning Cup for?
And from here it's still in a bossy.
But that is what I'm saying to you, Craig. Is that
if somebody come now talking to you and say, say Diego is a rapist, and you know
no,
me,
I'm not. No, man,
correct them and say, no, man, you can't tell them things.
So let me go back to it. So what I'm saying, because I don't want to miss the point, because the point I'm making is the bigger issue is you cannot sometimes respond to people when people say certain things. The position you're in, even the disrespect, you have to leave it. That's all I'm saying.
Right, but here's my thing.
You know better.
Here's my thing. But here's my thing that I need you to understand. You build a certain way, right?
Yeah.
Diego build a certain way. I build a certain way. It works for me.
Okay.
Yeah, I have the respect of all my players and the respect of 99% of the players worldwide. I have the respect of the agents. I have the respect of the clubs that I deal with who are at a higher level. And if I play beside at this level, disrespect me, I'm going to make him know. Especially on a public forum. I will not allow him to say those things. Because there's something called an adoptive admission in law, which is if a man accuses you of a crime, something that you know to be a crime, and you do not respond in the negative, then it can be assumed that what he's saying is correct because you don't respond. Now, if I sit down and a man is telling a lie on me or whatever, and I sit down and don't respond to him and tell him saying he's wrong, yeah, I may have a way that I do it, which is I usually mirror how someone speaks to me. So if the guy are here, the guy, right? Now, if at the same time someone is respectful and courteous, just
You're breaking up. You're breaking up, Mr. So the person gonna miss some of what you're saying.
gonna get back respect.
You're breaking up. So Diego, so here's the thing, Diego. All right. So all that happened, we don't want to miss the point. All that happened is I am sure that Mr. Butler did not listen to the program. And there's an ongoing problem that I don't know about with him and this gentleman, the same gentleman that came on and he said he didn't want to be on the program with him. I don't know any of this, you know. All right. The gentleman is saying that the footballer is coming back. And I'm saying that, no. Why does he need to come back? Why does he need to come and play in Jamaica if he's overseas when he has already dominated? He has nothing to prove. Don't come back to come try win no Manning Cup. Because throughout the season, we talk about the Mona players. We talk about there is one that plays for JC and how good. So we speak about them. So because all I'm talking about is when people say certain things. Somebody says to you, Diego, you understand me? Diego, you're a hypocrite. You don't have to respond to that. It depends on how much.
So why would Craig have a problem with you expressing that opinion? It's a logical opinion. But so what's Craig's problem?
Right. So what he's saying is that, listen, if you see the player and somebody says, in their opinion, the player is not good, right? I must challenge the person's opinion. I don't have to challenge your opinion.
No.
And if I don't challenge your opinion, that don't make me a hypocrite.
Yeah, I wish Craig would come back on that.
And it's a simple thing. So if somebody says that Craig is incompetent, I will say to them, if I'm running a show and the person says, you know, that he's incompetent, I say, why would you say that? He says, that's my opinion. Well, all I have to say is that, well, I don't think he's incompetent. Argument done. I don't have to fight it and defend it because it's not something that changes.
No, if somebody said Diego is an incompetent accountant, right? And you know you have a personal relationship with me, right?
Yes.
You know, do you?
Them money, them a books.
Because you know me personally. You're gonna say to them, no. What are you saying that? Or you have what evidence of that? Because I don't know of him like that.
Exactly.
So if
the man say, well, that's my opinion, man, man.
Oh, this is not the show for that then. To make disparaging comments to people who can't defend themselves. So when Diego, come on, you're up to date.
You talk it. Yeah. Hey, what? Hey, you miss training, you know, because a 4.5 hour with it on the program, you know. Oh, you're gone again. Your volume, your audio gone. Your audio gone. Yeah, so we're going to have to run. Yeah, man. So go ahead, Craig, and then we wrap up. Still not hearing you. You hearing Diego?
No, we're not hearing Craig.
Yeah.
What time are I cut off Mannings, man?
Right now.
Okay.
Right now. Yeah. You know?
Well, me and you one left, so we can.
Yeah, man. But listen, very long.
You have Craig and Diego up on the phone, you know.
Yeah, Craig and Diego. There you go. Hey, you must come up on Craig's show. You had him later, you know. What time is it? Yeah, man. What time is it? Oh, you mean, man?
6:30 this evening is my show, son. I can't come on.
So you know freedom of opinion, Craig.
On my show?
Yeah.
If you are my friend, I don't take people who is not my friend on my show. Don't want a waste man come on my show.
So is Diego invited?
It's my show. Of course, Diego is my friend.
Oh, yeah.
What our friend, family.
Exactly. But what I'm saying to you is this, though. that you need to understand, and I'm a big student of freedom fighters and revolutionaries, right? From Mandela to Che Guevara to Simon Bolivar to Jesus Christ to Moses. You understand? Going right up the line. Malcolm X, all of them. And if it's one thing them man they do, them man they don't sit down and make people tell them and talk bad things about them and don't respond.
Yeah, this your show is not for that, Mannings, man. Discuss sports. I don't think
Yeah. When you come Mannings, man, and you bring on people on your show, I want you to understand the only reason I come on your show. You know what people hear the man I tell you say call me and I beg me for come on him show and I don't do it. The only reason I come on your show because you're my friend.
Yeah.
If you stop being my friend, you would call me from next. You have 1 million people that call me for interview. And them now get one. If you stop being my friend, I don't come on your show. And I'm in a position where if I see you on your show, have a man disrespect me or say things that you know to be untrue, and you just talk about them never say nothing bad to you or them never affect you and them have a right to my opinion, then as far as I'm concerned, you're a hypocrite. Because you're not really my friend. Because nobody can't talk bad about Diego. Them can't talk bad about Leon Bailey. Them can't talk bad about Kyle Butler. You can't talk about nobody.
But Mr. Butler, the man with that talk about you, you know. Remember that.
You don't understand. He might talk about me, and I'm your friend.
No, man. Like, all right, we're gonna watch about the program.
You can't talk bad about Whisper. You can't talk bad about any Phoenix player. You have had the privilege, and it's a privilege of having us drive down to your country where you live in St. Anne and play against your team. You have seen how we operate. You have seen how the boys play. You have seen the respect that is shown to you and your team. You have seen that we have actually come down there and your grass don't cut. I will take the lawnmower from the man and cut the lawn all of the youth them and then play the game.
But
so you're not supposed to be in a position when a man can come on your show and disrespect the youth them. I mean.
But forget me, I'm wrong. We and Craig, Mannings, man and Craig, we are also partners.
Exactly.
We have no one loyalty for each other, you know.
Man, if you're not a loyalty Mannings, man, we not deal with you, brother.
The man pull out of the partnership, Diego.
No, you out of the partnership. Me and Diego I kick you out. You think so?
We're so wait for COVID-19 done, you know. We're so wait for COVID-19 done.
Listen. When Jesus was talking, I like use biblical things too because you're a pastor. And Jesus was talking to him, say, a man's enemies shall be that of his own household, you know. If you're going to follow me, pick up your cross and walk. In my name, them going to ridicule you and do all sorts of things too. But if you're not stay loyal, you're not going to heaven with me.
We're for honor the partnership, man.
Jesus say you're either with me or against me, bro.
I'm going to send, Diego, I'm going to send the show. I'm going to send the show to you.
Send no show, take school in me. I tell you, you're either with me or you're against me. You see in Phoenix, a so easy life, you know. Black and white, gray. If me say Leon Bailey, and me I defend Leon, me I go to hell and come back for defend him, you know. And the same with him, you know. You can't say nothing about me, you know. Speeder tell me the other day, say chip you up in the stands, and a man I say so. But say under 23 training or something at one point. And somebody in the stands has said some bad things about me. And Chip him mad for go up in the stands, go beat up the man. You know?
Why, Craig,
loyalty is everything, bro.
Mr. Abala will play for me, you know, defend it to the utmost, you know. One name, Sean Lars out of Calabar.
What you mean? What you mean? Hey, I'm me build Sean Lars, you know. I mean, raise him, Sean Lars, living at my house, you know.
Yeah, man, I'm giving the drama, man. Defend it to the bone, man.
Yeah, man. Listen, so 6:30 later,
yeah, man.
Craig Butler Unfiltered. You can jump over there and support him. Thanks to the whole day.
You take up whole day, brother. I don't
you know, like, every time you see a cut off a tick, you gotta return it up. So
no, it's a message as people keep calling me. So whenever a phone call come in, If it's
Oh, it
important,
was
I have to
after you.
take it. Because remember, say me I work same way and a chicken manager.
Yeah. Somebody
Like,
was asking if Xander signed for the club that he went to. Is it Xander? I think it's Xander they were asking.
yeah, man. Xander gone to Fortuna Cologne in Germany.
Yeah, they were asking if he, anything yet. But yeah.
He's in Fortuna Cologne in Germany.
Okay.
One last question for you, Craig. Can you know me talk about the footballers them? Can we see him play a championship? A Blackpool. Kevin Stewart, he want to play for about 10 minutes. Does he have the quality for you to play for the national side?
Who?
Kevin Stewart.
I don't know him enough.
He came on in the game. The guy was at Liverpool. He's one of the substitution in the last game. But he's now at he's 28 years old as well.
Yeah, but you talk about the past now.
28? Okay, you don't answer that to the 28, Craig. Say no more.
Yeah. I'm telling you right now, Whisper better than all of them money.
Okay.
And I'm not saying it because he's my player. I'm not saying it because I don't like nobody else. I'm not saying it because I'm a jerk. I'm saying the kid is a prodigy. Embrace him before it is too late.
Give me Christian name, Craig, and how old him is and where is he playing?
Dujon Richards, he's at Phoenix. I've sent him to Brookhouse College in England, simply for the fact that they play against all the Premier League team academies. So he's getting a chance to play against all the under-19s, under-17s up there. And by the time he reached 18, he would have been in a position where he would not have had to play for the national team for them to be willing to pay the 10 million, like Leon.
So he should be on the Jamaica under-20 team for the World Cup this year then?
Easily. The only choice. As a centre forward. Nothing else.
Okay.
Nothing else. The only choice.
Yeah.
And any day you doubt me, go look on my YouTube, just type in Dujon Richards or Whisper Richards or Phoenix All-Stars Football Academy. And you'll see games. We play against Waterhouse Premier League team. And the man destroy Waterhouse.
But Kevin Stewart, he's a forward. No, he played under 16 for KC. He never played Manning Cup. I think he played Pepsi and Colts, probably.
He played Pepsi. He never played Colts. He played Pepsi and I move him from there. So I'm going to make him play no more football.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But he dominated because he scored a lot of goals.
He scored 29 goals and shattered the goal scoring record in Pepsi.
So that's why I was saying he shouldn't come and play no Manning Cup.
He's not playing no Manning Cup. And
No,
if
man,
he
I'm
play
talking-
Manning Cup, he only going to play for me because I know another coach mess him up.
Yeah. But he plays a different position from Kevin Stewart because he's a centre forward and
he plays he plays right wing, left wing, and centre forward. All 3 points of attack.
But Kevin Stewart is the CDM that they brought into the team.
Yeah, but what I'm saying to you, I'm talking about Whisper. I don't want to know about it. What I'm saying to you is,
it's because Diego asked the question about
Diego. Whisper is 6'3". He just turned 16 last month. He uses both feet. Him run a like about a 43, 400 meters. He's a machine. His uncle is Nick Richards that play in the NBA for the Hornets. His uncle is 7 foot. Him not stop grow yet. Him wear size 14 shoes. The man kick a free kick, and when him kick the free kick in England, all the English people have a ball of, oh my God, a machine. If one are stupid and make him grandparents who are English, go on until him get an English passport and play for England, I don't think Jamaica will ever forgive anybody. So when you not talk, don't mix up Whisper with the local branded players. He's nowhere near there. And there are several other players out of Phoenix that is nowhere near there. What my problem is they're not talking about under 20 players. I'm not talking about Phoenix. There you go. Look at the maths I'm saying to you, right? If they're talking about a player that is playing in a second division team in England, right? And he's under 20, and he's playing U19 in a second division team or a third division team in England. And I'm talking about, he's playing in England, second division and third division. And your team, Phoenix, from Jamaica, goes and plays against the champions of the English FA Cup, which means FA Cup is every team in England playing. The champions of the U19 FA Cup in England. And we score 7 goals against them and beat them 7-4. And then we play against the league champions of England in the Premier League division, Crystal Palace, and we beat them by 5-0. Why are you looking anywhere else but at Phoenix? Unless you just don't like Craig Butler, you fight against you, them like how you fight against Leon. Is that what we're going to do again?
So who's the under 20 coach now so I can identify him?
I think it's Fuzzy them putting up. But it's not what I'm saying to you is the goalkeeper from Mona is the best goalkeeper in Money Cup this year. He's also just 16. And he's bigger than everybody in the Money Cup. Bigger physically. Yeah? The reserve goalkeeper at Phoenix, Carey, and the other one, RJ, top keepers. The centre half, Don Hugh Jarrett, Don Hugh Mitchell. Seattle Sounders just are sending right now. We just are doing visa. In visa for Seattle Sounders, MLS, and I turn 18 in 1 month. What are you doing? How can you not be thinking about these players? Why is it that when we are playing against Cavaliers Premier League team, and we're playing with a 15-year-old playing centre half, and we're tying 2-2, and we're playing against Waterhouse, and we're giving them 4-2, and we're playing against Montego Bay, and then I draw with Toal when we're supposed to get 4 penalties and them not give away, and then most of them could muster is Toal. Why are you looking anywhere else but at Phoenix players right now?
Well,
seriously?
Craig, you have to look at the whole world now for your that's players.
I don't
Not
have a
just
problem.
Not just
What
Phoenix
I'm
now,
saying
yeah.
is right now, we had 10 scouts from the MLS come down the other day, and they picked out 10 of our players. And the 10 of them are go MLS and Europe. So you answer me this. What happens when those players develop to a stage where they feel like
We're not hearing you. We're not hearing you, Craig. So,
what happens to those players when you don't choose them for under 20, like they did with Leon? I say thing them no Chip either. Chip is starring up in Belgium.
Craig, don't jump the gun. They might look at Phoenix. Or you know I'm not going to look at Phoenix. Give him a chance.
So Craig,
Craig,
more ask that question, Craig. Say the Dentil goalkeeper is not the best goalkeeper in the D Cup overall in the world competition. Because I don't want you to talk about Dentil goalkeeper. He's very talented. Also, he makes some good save, keep him team in the cup. I think Dentil goalkeeper is the best goalkeeper in the schoolboy competition. I know.
Have you seen the Bona Manning Cup keeper?
Yes, I wouldn't say the Mona keeper is good, but I say the Dentil keeper, and use him play out from the back with him foot, and he's good. He's a good shot stopper. I feel like he just wants a nurturing and go overseas to get some nurturing. But I think the Dentil goalkeeper,
Probably.
my
But
opinion,
hear what I'm saying to you.
in my opinion, Craig, is the better goalkeeper.
Listen, if it's the same keeper that keep against us when we're playing the practice match, that we won 2-1 against Dentil, I don't know. But I know we played against Dentil. I won 2-1 with our goalkeeper.
he's a farmer. Mount he's a Mount Pleasant U team goalkeeper because he's part of Mount Pleasant. But listen,
How tall is he?
Yeah, that's the issue. I think he's short. He's a shorter goalkeeper. He's short.
Listen. When I'm picking a player to play a central defender, I operate off how the Europeans do it. You see, if the youth short, I try to teach him. I move him from central defender and try to teach him to play 6 or wing back. Yeah? No team in the world at this stage is going to pick short goalkeepers anymore.
Hey, Stickman, the show soon. Stickman. Hey, hold on, Alex, no, man. Come on, no, man. Listen, Stickman, the show I got done, brother. Cause brother, me need to leave. Alex, so me ask you last question, Mr. Butler.
Yeah, me ask my last question, Mr. Butler. So what happened to Kido Taylor, Mr. Butler, and
who?
Kido Taylor Art. That's in Arsenal Academy. you have a likes of Dean Burton's son that plays a centre back for Derby County. Those players cannot be incorporated. Just I'm not saying you're saying that Phoenix players ain't good. Phoenix players are good. You give them a system, you give them a philosophy, and they go. I see they went over and beat a lot of European teams. What I'm saying, Mr. Butler, would you not want to have a mix of a players from Arsenal Academy, Phoenix, and some players from the MLS? Just mix the whole thing. Not just
I don't know.
Phoenix players.
Arsenal Academy called me the other day asking for 3 players. But they don't have British passports, so they can't play.
No, I think the question is asking is that based on what you're saying, which is
The man rubbing face. Brethren.
No, man. I think what he's saying is that
No, what I'm saying is about like, I'm just saying.
Hold on now. If I was the coach of the national team, I'd look at every player that's available. And then pick out the best ones.
All right, here's what.
Every good player that's available. So if you have a man at Arsenal, me that look for him to come at training. But then
all right, Alex,
I'm not gonna leave out the whispers or the Sanders or the whatever.
Listen, I need to end on this. We can't bother with the ongoing and thing trying to get in as much. Alex, just hold on, man. All right, Mr. Butler, I think the issue that is going on is this. That based on what you're saying, maybe this is not what you mean, but how it came across is that the under-20 team should be Phoenix players because they are the best available to Jamaica. That is what you need to clarify. I'm just saying that is what you need to clarify because the line of questioning Alex is asking had to do with that. And we don't want to go wrong.
Okay.
Pick and choose.
All right, so listen again. Let me say it again. Right? Let me clarify. If you know that the Phoenix players are top level, yeah, and someone then suggests other players at different places throughout the world, yeah, I would say to you, invite all of them together and you pick the best ones. But if you're going to say to me that because a man is in an English academy, that means he is good. No, because many of the people that are not in those English academies are not there because they don't have an English passport. Yeah? If you look at the Premier League, they're buying most of their players from where? Germany, Belgium, Africa, everywhere else but England. They have in recent times they've improved on their quality. Now, if a player is 18, 19, and still in the Arsenal Academy and not in the first team, then that player has not made the jump because by the time an English player reaches 16, 17, they're already starting to blood him into the first team. So if that player then not in a first team action, there's a reason.
So let me ask you a question. So you believe that Phoenix is the only academy on the island that create top level youth prospect? I would have to say the likes of Cavalier does it too. Would you not say Cavalier and Phoenix should mix? Not saying it's just be Phoenix players only. I'm just saying I want it to a mixture.
We play Cavaliers almost every other weekend in practice games. I have utmost respect for Speedy. He tries well. One of the things that doesn't happen though with Cavaliers and needs to happen more is they need to focus on the development versus the playing of the games, the training part of it, and to ensure that the players that come out of the academy comes out fully rounded. In other words, Alex Marshall came out with a 1 left. Yeah? Yes? Answer.
Yeah. No, we're not true. All right. So
hold on now. Leon Bailey came out with 2 feet.
Yes? Right, let me say this now.
So therefore, what we need to do is to look at all the players, no problem, but ensure that while we're doing the training and winning competitions, we're also developing the players in a holistic way. So that when they do go and play, they don't go to a team in Europe and then watch him play and realize they can only go down the left side and just block the left side, put 2 players on the left side, block the left side, force him in on the right, and then the right foot can't work.
All
Yeah.
right. So yes,
Alex has
right.
improved. Hold on. Alex has improved on his right side, and he's working on it. But many players go in, play Manning Cup, play Premier League, and don't develop properly or completely. And that's where I have an issue. So no,
right.
Cavaliers is a top academy out here, them doing good, and they have won the Premier League. We played them the other day though, and a 15-year-old plays
with a bunch of
All right. Hey,
with a
all right.
bunch of
Just,
youth.
all right. So let me say this, right? I believe that in Jamaica right now, if we're picking an under-20 team, there are some players. There's a Devontae Campbell at Mount Pleasant. That is good talent. Is he complete? He plays on the wing. He was called to the last squad that went to Peru. Just turned 17-year-old. Good young player. Tyreek Duncan from
Duncan
JC.
McKenzie.
Duncan McKenzie from JC. Good young player. Brian Burkett at
Tariq
St. George's.
Jimenez.
Good.
What?
Brian
Tariq Jimenez.
Burkett. Tyreek Jimenez. Tyreek Jimenez. Tyreek. I'm calling names. Listen. Here's what you and I cannot agree that the only players who can play for Jamaica under 20, which is not what you're saying. But if I bring up these names, yeah, all of them.
So why are you saying that? What I'm saying is.
No, let me finish now, Mr.
What
Butler.
I'm saying is, you're not saying. Hold on.
No, let me
While
finish.
you're
You're not.
talking, hold
You're
on
not
now.
letting me finish. You know.
And no, Mannings, this is a problem that I've had with you, While you're talking, you're calling names, but you're not calling Xander Bicknell. You're not calling
because you're not letting me
Mario
finish.
Sims.
So let me
Mario
finish.
Sims was 19 years old.
No.
You have to send contract to him right now.
Mr. Butler, you have to let me finish. That not my work. You have to let me finish. Because you keep saying that. You're talking about the you need to listen sometimes, man. I'm finished, man. You're talking about the Phoenix players. And the point that you are making is that the Phoenix, because you're calling the Phoenix players, you have been calling them. I am saying to you,
I am calling them because you're not calling them.
No, you started.
I am calling them because you're not calling them.
No. Before we started, you
have never called them on any of your shows.
Mr. Butler.
You have never called them. And until you start calling them, I keep calling the same thing in the Mannings man.
Diego Axel, hold on, no. Call me what you want to call me. Because them thing they don't move.
Mannings man, tell me who played me team for Phoenix.
No, man, you're not going to.
Tell me what.
Hold on. Diego ask you. Hold on, man. Diego ask you a question. You are talking about under 20 players. You started calling because we started with Dujan, Whisper, Richard. You started calling names. Alex came on and started asking questions. You are talking about an under 20 team. And we are asking you about the other players because you're mentioning the under 20 team comprised of Phoenix players. And we are asking you, that is the point I'm trying to get you to make. And understand that when you speak, it comes across to the people that, no, when you speak, Mr. Butler, whether you, maybe this is not what you're saying. When you speak, you give the impression that if you had the choice, the only players who are good enough are players who are at Phoenix. That is the impression. It may not be what you mean, but that is the impression. So every time we bring other players, you're saying that, what about the Phoenix players? We are saying to you, when you call the Phoenix players, what about the other players? I never started any discussion about any under 20 players. You started it with Dujan Whisper and Diego, not me, and I was listening to you. That is why Alex came on.
That's how I alluded to a mixture. That's how I'm alluded to Mr.
That's what we're talking about. He asked about Kidder Taylor Hart. You're saying that because, hold on, Alex. When he asked about Kidder Taylor Hart, you spoke about him not being in the Arsenal team. All right? And you suggested that if he were good enough, he would be in the Arsenal team. All right? But nobody can say maybe if that 17-year-old at Phoenix, the guys who are in Malta, if they're good enough, they would be in the Premier League. People are going to ask these questions. And nobody can question these things. And I'm saying to you, people are walking away with the impression right now that if you had the choice, the best 20 players are 23 for under 20 are all Phoenix players. Alex brought up the Mount Pleasant goalkeeper, didn't he? You said, well, when they kept against him, isn't he short? We keep saying these things. So what we want to know is what happened to the other talent. Are there any other talent in Jamaica that you have identified outside of Phoenix players that could make up an under-20 team? That is all people are asking.
To unmute me now?
I'm going to mute myself.
Yeah, you need to do that. No. Now that you have tied my hands behind my back and whipped me and thrown vinegar on my wounds in front of your people, I will now respond to you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Because you have alluded to the fact. The first thing I said to you when I was talking, I said that the player from JC is a top player. Duncan McKenzie. I also mentioned during this conversation Pearson from KC. I've mentioned several people. Now, at this time, I have not traveled all the way around Jamaica's country because it is not my job at this time to coach a national team or under 17 or be a scout or be a technical director. It is my job to be the technical director and coach at Phoenix and Mona High School. So, one problem that I would have had, which I've had with you on several shows before, is that you have never mentioned Phoenix players. You've only mentioned Whisper, who is the most obvious one, because I have him all over YouTube. But you who know Mario Sims, who was just signed to Seattle. He's going up there once he gets him visa and got signed with Seattle Sounders. You have not mentioned him. And my only position has been, and I keep saying it, we're playing against the Premier League teams in Jamaica that have Cavaliers won Premier League, Waterhouse was second in Premier League. Yeah? And we have beaten Waterhouse by 4-2 and drawn with Cavaliers in our recent games. Now, with young players all under the age of 20. Some much younger. Right? Now, I am not in a position where I'm going to tell you that I want only Phoenix players, because that is ridiculous. But what people like to do is to say that I am acting like only Phoenix players could play to eliminate Phoenix players.
That's right.
The same way them eliminate Kyle Butler.
All right.
Because Kyle Butler, yeah, was the best attacking midfielder Jamaica had at that under 23. He was the captain of the team when Dookie was coaching it. And Tapper walked in and removed the kid and didn't give him any game. And it's the last 10 minutes Kyle Butler went on and showed the world what quality he had. And then all of a sudden, everybody saying he can play. What I am saying to you is, they should not have a right to play because they're Phoenix players. They should have a right. They should not be excluded, on the other hand, because they're Phoenix players. That's my point. And when you open your mouth and you speak, yeah, I've watched your programs, listened to them several times, and instead of you saying the Phoenix player, there's Dujon Richards, there's Dante Duncan, the brilliant left winger, there's Kenaldo Brown, the right winger that plays for Phoenix and Mona, that them call in an all-man-in, right? So, and trust me, them want him in an all-man-in. It's not because they like him. It's because they really can't keep him out because he's that good, right? Now, if you're going to be speaking about teams, I don't remember the Dintil goalkeeper. I know I played Dintil in a practice match and I win 2-1. I remember him being slightly short. I also remember and know that from a professional standpoint, if the keeper, no matter how good he is, If he's too short, you're gonna have problems. Look at the Excelsior goalkeeper. He's a Phoenix player, but him short, and the amount of reflexes that youth have, none of the others have. But he just can't reach the roof of the net when them shoot. Yeah. So for me, I'm saying to you right now, as a human being to a human being, speak to all the players that are available. If I was coaching that national team, I'd call the Phoenix players, I'd call the Cavaliers players. If I find a player over Timbuktu who are good, I'd call him. Look at all of them together and pick the best ones. That's all.
All right. So let me respond to you because I'm going to give you.
No, just keep it mute. You don't need to respond to me. End the show now.
No, yeah, man, I'm going to end the show. Yeah, man, I'm going to end the show, but I'm going to respond. I'm going to respond. And I'm going to send.
When you're responding, tell me who are the 3 main players that play in Phoenix midfield.
No, I don't have to. Let me respond. I'm going to
answer. Say it. Say who are the top 3? Who are the top 3 center attacking players on Phoenix team? You know everybody else team. Tell me who are the top 3 on Phoenix.
I'm going to respond. I don't know everybody else team. So let me respond. Let me respond to you. I'm going to send. Watch out, Diego. I'm going to send you video because I'll kill the point here now. Where I've done video speaking about the Calabar goalkeeper who is a Phoenix player. And many people can attest to that.
He's Phoenix 3rd string goalkeeper.
Lord have mercy. Then
3rd string.
Let me finish. All right. I want you hearing it because remember, he says I don't talk about Phoenix players.
You know, understand what I say?
No, man.
He's my 3rd string keeper. You talk about him because he's a Calabar keeper. Why not talk about the 1st string keeper?
Let me finish. Let me finish now, man. Let me finish. So he said that according to him, the problem he says he has with me is that I don't talk about Phoenix players. That he says is the problem. All right. On my show, since schoolboy football, because we started talking about young players in schoolboy football. So here's who we have spoken about. The number 10 that plays for JC is a Phoenix player. So we have spoken about him. The Mona winger, bad winger. We select him in how much teams? Play some Mona High School. We have spoken about him. We have spoken about Buster.
Come let me.
Mr. Butler and I, we have conversation even with me, Whisper Father on the program about Buster. They have an excellent one named Mighty Hand. Play for Wolmers that we have discussed and talked about him.
No, his name is not Mighty Hand. His name is Jamani Bell. Mighty Hand is 10.
Jamani Bell. Jamani Bell.
Let me cut you, man.
Brett. Yeah. So for you to come on and say we don't talk about them,
you just answer your statement. You said the man named Mighty Hands. The Mighty Hands is 10 years old. Jamani Bell.
No, man. Listen, him play for Wolmers. Jamani Bell would play for Wolmers. Come on. So for you to come on and say we don't do that, it's not true. It's not true. When unseen sports and I do the program and we talk about Mona player, fresh, all of us talk about Mona players and Phoenix players. When you were the one who brought it up to me, when I brought it up to you that listen, this goalkeeper at Calabar is a standout. You know what you said to me? You said to me that the Mona goalkeeper is also a Phoenix player. You brought it up. And having watched him, we talked about him. So for you to come on now and say we're not talk, it's not true. It's not true.
All right, sorry.
It's not true.
Just don't make the mistake in the future and do it again.
No, what kind of mistake?
Right.
No. Hear the one. Oh. Yeah. Brother.
Brethren.
Yeah, all right, go on, training.
You know the facts. The facts are, you need to not be telling me Phoenix players are good, but there are other players that are good too. It does not only about
there you go.
One set of player.
Anyways, we need to jump on at 6:30 because we know you're gonna move. So this is thanks for the day. Thanks for coming on. And we'll talk. Diego, you need to jump on over there and talk with Craig later. Because him say
No,
I'm
definitely, man. Definitely. We're
Nah,
gonna
man, I think something about to do the show again, brother. You stress me out. I can't bother with it today. Me call on
Genius.
next time.
Genius. Craig. You hear me?
Listen, yeah, man.
Yeah, you
I
still
hearing
have,
you now, hearing you.
you still have my vehicle wait for one to come down, right?
All right, boss. No problem.
You know that,
Hey,
man.
roll on.
Yeah, man.
All right. Yeah, man. All right. Message, Diego. Message, Craig. Later.
Nah, play, eh?
All right,
All
so
right,
let
later. Yeah, man. All
me
right.
just summarize
guys,
on this, man.
Yeah.
Let me just summarize now. Back
Yeah.
to the football. Because the campaign done now. So I look to and we see the problem. And I'm going to summarize. People can't tell me what them see. The biggest problem me see, I don't see no problem with the play. When I look and I see Leon Bailey, Antonio, Lowe, what the one that just will come on there from team the Chelsea, Gray. When I see
Everton, not Chelsea.
yeah, Everton. When I see Bobby Reed, they might not fan. When I see Robert Marshall, Daniel Johnson, and Stewart, and Lee, and Lowe, and Mariappa, and more, and Blake, I don't see no problem with the players. What I see now is the chemistry and the cohesion are there. If they possess the ball because they don't trust each other, they need to come together more often to build that cohesion. That's all I see.
Yeah.
And Tapa must take the blame for that.
All right. Yeah, man. Diego, respect, people.
All right, Papi.
Yeah, man. All right. People, thank you so much. Listen, I never know that it would have been this long, but it has been good. For those of you who have not, please hit the subscribe button and like the video. Like the video. Very interesting day. 5 hours. Big thank you to our sponsors, Prestige Finance. Lending a helping hand when you need it most. Call them at 876-884-7390. And also to Launch Legacy. Yes, Launch Legacy. Handle risk, seek legacy for all your personal insurance needs in Canada and the USA. Visit them at launchlegacy.com or call or text 647-989-0782. This is Manning's Man. I am sure sport. What a day, what a day, what a day. So bless up everybody. Take care until we do this again tomorrow. We'll be having an interview. I think interviews are the way to go because this not easy, brother. And to the sisters in the chat. Bless up.